Mic check, mic check. Test, test. Oh shoot, I selected the wrong character.
Truth be told, I've never been the sort for towns.
Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, back with the Minion Necro on Diablo 4 Season 8. I just cleared Pit 10 to unlock Torment 1, so now it's time to start pushing for Torment 4. In summary, my plan for Torment will go something like this. First, I have to prioritize the boss powers. I don't need boss mats to fight the bosses, only to unlock item rewards, meaning that I can go and pick out one of the bosses that I want the boss power from, go and hit them, and then take their boss power without even having any boss materials. Then I will need tempering recipes and an ancestral weapon second. Of course, I have missing aspects too, but I'll have to wait for them as a drop. And then I'll be going for uniques third, which would include the Ring of Mendelin and the new unique weapon that was released that works for minions, apparently. Master working fourth, so I'll be doing some Infernal Hordes to go and pick those up, or pick up Obdicite for masterworking. And then Glyphs last. Before I do any of what I just mentioned, I would like to limit test this build and see how far I can go with just the level of power I had going into Torment 1. So, I'll revisit the pit and start pushing. Considering that this is my third character now, I actually have a bunch of Artificer's Stones. If this were my very first character, I would have had to go and do some Whispers to try and fetch some more stones. So yeah, I have all these Artificer Stones, as you can see, from my previous characters. And yeah, with my Companion Druid, which was my actual first character of the season, I didn't have enough... I didn't have enough Artificer Stones to do all this limit testing, but for this Necro, I have access to all these stones, so I'm going to take advantage of it. So I'm going to start off by pushing the pit up to pit 20. And you can see here my setup is exactly the same as what it was before. I haven't changed anything. The number of Paragon points I have is still exactly the same. Skill tree is the same. Mercenaries are the same. Book of the Dead is the same. And all my equipment is still the same. Not a single upgrade whatsoever. And my boss powers, as I showed earlier, are still the exact same as what they were when I walked into Torment 1. So, yeah. I'm going to try to see how well we're able to do here. Already I can tell that there's a... Oh, you know what? I'm actually missing these. I have a survivability issue since I don't have my elixirs on hand. Or I didn't actually activate my elixirs in incense, of course. And you can see here, it is taking some time to kill these packs, but that's because there's the DR monsters. See, this is one of the biggest weaknesses of the build by far. Unfortunately, if there is a DR monster, I have to wait for the DR monster to die before everything else goes down with it. Right? Yeah, so I can tell that like the build is actually holding its own pretty decently. I just wish that there was a way to like target a specific thing on the field. Like I can use my golem to kill whatever packs show up, but it's not ideal. Yeah, might have to amp up the damage on golem or something. Oh, Blastwave Shrine. Yeah, I'll use the Blastwave Shrine, why not? The Blastwave Shrine, it seems, does scale, or the damage on it does scale with my Paragon level, which is why you're seeing that I'm hitting for 24 million, like, crit overpower. But yeah, we'll just say that there's not really much I can do about that, but except for to avoid the Blastwave Shrine, and that would be the waste, or a waste of a perfectly good Blastwave Shrine, in my opinion. Oh, there we go. So I've activated my ult. I gotta walk into every pack and start off with Iron Maiden, although at some point I'm gonna want to switch out Iron Maiden for Decrepify. I think Decrepify would be a lot better, but I do need to make sure that, well, I mean, I do have... Here, let me take a look at something really quickly. Chance to randomly inflict Decrepify or Iron Maiden. Yeah, I was just thinking about it. It would be nice to have Decrepify instead of Iron Maiden. The only problem is I'm worried that I'm not going to have enough essence to keep it up. But considering that I'm perpetually at 100 essence anyway, it will regen on its own, unlike Druid Spirit. And I have Hemorrhage here, so I can always Hemorrhage too. Right. So I'll probably get Decrepify like after I'm done trying to do like my pit pushing and all that. Yeah, this build is definitely starting to struggle now. I am misplaying a bit of the build, right? Like some of my skills, I'm not using them at the right times, but there's definitely some struggle involved with hitting these monsters that have like damage reduction or suppressor. And so, even if the build itself is... it has roughly the same damage output as some of my other builds, maybe even more. One of the big problems is that, yeah, like, if I come across a damage reduction monster and suppressor, like, it takes me a lot longer to deal with these packs. So, like, look at this. This is easy. This part. Well, my... ult hasn't come back up yet, unfortunately. And here's another good example of why I was saying earlier that I'm considering using Blood Mist in place of one of my skill slots. Because if I use Blood Mist, then I have a way to like get myself out of these sort of sticky situations.
That'll come up like any other.
So that's what I'm thinking, at least. All right. Okay. And I'm ending off this run with about 10 minutes left on the clock. Well, maybe a little bit less because I have the boss to fight still. I don't think anyone's watching this on stream right now, but in case anyone is watching this as a video, I also just released the Ice Shard Sorcerer build for Season 8 that I'm using. Like I did like a full video on it. I think that I could have done a little better on it. Oh, look at that! As soon as I activate Army of the Dead, it just disappears. But yeah, I did release a video. I did release a video kind of covering the equipment that I'm running on my Ice Shard Sorcerer and the build and the skills and all that. So that's something that some of you might be interested in checking out. But yeah, just wanted to kind of share. What is this? Death Speaker's Pendant. Wow, I could do like a hybrid Summoner and Minion Necro at the same time. Max life and crit strike damage. And I could replace a lucky hit for that too. And this one is int max life and movement speed. Again, another item that I could consider using in the future. Oh, and at this point, I'm gonna set the favorite spot for Karagar. It's about time that I do that. Alright. Yeah, I think that Ice Shard Sorcerer video that I made could have been a fair bit better. I didn't do any gameplay on it. I think that's one of the big problems that I have with it. And the other one was, there's something I was missing. Like, never mind the fact that I was like, and for like the entirety of that video. But I can let that slide, but not having any gameplay feels kind of like sacrilege. Also, you know what? I know what I messed up on. I should have talked about gems and incense and elixir while I was going over my gear rather than like at the end of it or tail end of it. But I feel like the rest of it was a pretty solid setup, and it didn't really take me that long to put out. It was like a 2-hour... Like, it took me like 2 hours to put that together. Like, I mean, once I... Well, yeah, it was about 2 hours because it took me like 30 minutes to kind of write up my notes for what I wanted to do with the build. And then it took me another like 20 minutes, or sorry, it took me about a half hour to record, and it took me about a half hour to do the to write up the notes for it. So yeah, those two things together. Oh, ouch. Yeah. Those of you who are watching can see that I'll be able to clear this, but I won't have very much time left. And I just want to show one other thing out. You'll see that I have like almost maxed out resistances. Oh, shoot. I have almost maxed out resistances, and my armor stat is a little over 1,000. So yeah, this is one of the reasons why I overstacked resistances when I was going into Torment 1, because I knew that I would be trying to push for Torment 2 just for fun, and I wanted to actually have max res for that. Yeah, see. I've activated my raised skeleton, I've activated my Army of the Dead, and yet, or I've even cursed most of these monsters, and yet, it still takes a fair bit of time for my guys to kill them. This pack is a problem because of this DR monster right here. Similar well, I think Thorns is actually okay for dealing with DR. It's bosses that Thorns would struggle with. I still really dread Thorns to the point where I think that if I'm going to do Thorns, then I'm going to do it last after I do every other class, including Spiritborn. I've never done that before, where I actually do Spiritborn before any of the other classes, or rather even that I do Thorns Barb second to anywhere but second. Because usually I like to do Thorns Bar because it's one of those builds that I feel like there are people who have a vested interest in a Thorns Bar, but no one wants to really make it. And the reason why no one wants to make it is because Thorns Bar, well, I think that most people think, rightfully so, that Thorns Bar has quite a number of like weaknesses and all that. Hey, what's up, Nick Wetzler? Yeah, I have seen the new sword for the minion builds, and I absolutely am going to be going for it on this build. In fact, one of the reasons why I played Ice Shard Sorcerer was to try out the new unique they had just released, and it's a similar situation here with the Minion Necro. They have just released this new sword, and I wanted to have a chance to try it, and also showcase it, right? Like, because I don't think that there's that many people, many Necro content creators that are playing anything other than Bloodwave right now. I think most people are just spamming Bloodwave or Shadowwave or whatever it is, which is fine. But I'm sure that there are some people who want to play as a Minion Mancer, and if they're going to play as a Minion Mancer, then yeah, they want to see gameplay with that sword that you're talking about. So yeah, I have seen the sword. The only question I have is where I would find it. I didn't actually... I was going to look it up after I made it into Torment 2. Because usually like when I'm in Torment 1, I try to grab the boss powers first. And then in Torment 2, then I try to worry about grabbing like farming boss mats and then getting the corresponding uniques, right? You just got it to draw. Oh, wow. It made you super excited to try Minion again, huh? Okay, well, that's amazing. Yeah, I want to try that sword for sure. I haven't gotten it yet. Like, I just made it into Torment, right? And I'm running the pit right now, but the whole reason why I'm running the pit is to kind of show how far I can go with the same level of power as what I had when I first got into Torment 1. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm like, that's why I'm playing this the way I am right now. If that... Because otherwise I'd be farming boss powers and I would have like dumped a bunch of Paragon points. You see, like, I have 157 Paragon. Oh no. Yeah, see, I'm like frozen. And my golem was on cooldown when I was frozen too. It dropped from Beast in the Ice. Okay, thanks for letting me know. That's really important information. Actually, you know something? It's kind of funny that you mentioned Beast in the Ice, because if you're saying that Beast in the Ice is who drops this new unique, then that means that I need to run Beast in the Ice to get both that sword and Ring of Mendelin, which is, that's a little scary. Because, like, if... You know, like, I get, like, a whole bunch of boss mats to drop, right? I don't have any on hand here, but I'll have a whole bunch of boss materials later. And what you're basically telling me is that none of the other boss materials that I have, like, matter. It's really just about how many Distilled Fears I have so that I can run Beast in the Ice as many times as possible to get the sword. So, yeah, I really appreciate the info. So at least there's at least one other person, that being you, that has actually gotten it to drop, and there's a specific location you've gotten it to drop from. When I played my last character, the Ice Shard Sorcerer, I couldn't get Hail of Varglas. That was the new item to drop from, like, anywhere, and I had no clue where it was supposed to drop from. And most of the websites didn't have up-to-date information. There was one website finally that I found that said that it drops from Urivar and Grigwar. So I tried running Urivar, and then it did drop from Urivar. But in this case, yeah, you're telling me from as first-hand experience that it has dropped from Beast in the Ice. So you can bet that I will prioritize Beast in the Ice for where to farm. But the next problem will be I have to, like, get a whole bunch of boss mats. I think that... Oh no, this explosion. Yeah, so Beast in the Ice is going to be dropping it. So I need to get a whole bunch of Beast in the Ice boss mats to drop, is what you're telling me. And so that might be a little troublesome. Which... I just need my ult. It's always about how... I may have to make my build the same way as I did last time. Even without the massive... Like, even though they capped my ult, it still probably does an immense amount of damage. Like, I need it for dealing with those DR monsters specifically. Never mind the fact that I also get 150% more damage on my... Wait, no, what is it? 129% more damage when I have that active. Okay, there we go. At least I don't have to stick around for any longer.
Well done.
Fighting a second DR monster.
Farewell.
Okay, there we go. I feel like the boss is significantly easier than pretty much everything. Oh, shoot. Almost died there. Yeah, I had Army of the Dead up. That was kind of nice. Oh. Ow. Yeah, as Bone Prison comes in hand, never mind, you can teleport right out of it. Oh. There we go. Alright. I gotta make some notes for myself. Here is a boss loot table that is up to date for future reference. Oh, you know what? I'm guessing that you tried to post something, right? You probably tried to post a link, but it didn't, Hold on a second. I'll add you as a moderator for... Move chat messages. Sure, yeah. Let me, I added you as a moderator for a second, so that maybe you can post the link. Also, one other thing I wanted to say really quickly, you... Oh, you said, sorry, it drops from 0, so I guess I got lucky with Beast in the Ice. Yeah, right, because I think they made it this season so that now some bosses can drop from other bosses' drop tables, right? Okay, thanks. So it's a... Okay. You're giving me the max roll one. I could have sworn that I pulled this... Maybe I missed this one, because I had Googled, like, max roll first, but I couldn't find this one. Okay, anyway. So I'm just gonna post this here real quick, because, if... I know that YouTube has, like, a delay on how long it takes for, like, there's gonna be a delay for when you hear me respond to the things you're writing, right? If you talk to me, if you, come over on Twitch... then you'll be able to talk to me in real time. You're more than welcome to stay on YouTube, of course. I don't... It doesn't make too much of a difference to me either way, YouTube or Twitch. It's not like I'm trying to really massively grow my Twitch channel or anything, but I just wanted to give you the option so that you don't have to wait like a minute between replies from me. So, just throwing that out there. Okay, so I just finished a Pit 25 clear. This was 22 minutes in. And that was 630 remaining, same gear as in Torment 1. So I don't relish the idea of going and... Oh, I got a Ancestral Legendary. That's pretty nice. I don't really relish the idea of trying a Pit 30. You're saying your Twitch, you were searching, I couldn't find me? Oh, seriously? Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. Welcome, and double. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay, I see why. Because when I restream from YouTube to Twitch, or when I do a restream for YouTube and Twitch, the description gets eaten up on YouTube, so I guess that's probably why it doesn't show up. I mean, maybe I can put it... Maybe I can actually write in the description again and try to see if it'll actually show up properly, because the stream title does work, but... Anyway, that's for me to figure out. Yeah, good to know that that's something I'll have to make a note of for myself, because, yeah, I didn't realize, like, if you're having this problem where you were trying to look for me on Twitch, then maybe other people have a similar issue when they find me on YouTube. By the way, I meant to ask, oh, I just realized your name is N007. That's a James Bond reference, I get that one. Yeah, I was gonna say, how did you find my channel? Was it the Ice Shard stuff that I put out recently, or was it one of the other videos? Because, yeah, I think I own, like, you said that you just found the sword, which means you're playing Necro, and I only just started putting out the Necro stuff yesterday, and that was just gameplay. And I did upload the gameplay, but I don't know if you found me some other way. Nice catch. Yeah, Bond ref, lol. Yeah, I see we have a Bond fan. Yeah, Bond fan in our midst. I actually enjoy the James Bond series a lot too. I want to call myself like a closet nerd for 007, but I don't want to like start talking about James Bond and it turns out that, oh, actually I'm not as well versed in that, well, knowledgeable about that universe as I might think. You're playing Blood Spear, Necro. Ah, I see. Yeah, I remember hearing that this season that Blood Spear is supposed to be really strong, so that makes sense. Okay, now that I have cleared Pit 25, I've unlocked Torment 2. Found you see a couple seasons ago when you were doing Thorn stuff for Bar because Thorns is some of my favorite gameplay in RPGs. Oh, right. Oh, okay. I see. Sorry, I might be mistaken. Maybe we've already talked once before, but I wasn't sure. I haven't seen, I don't think I've seen you on YouTube specifically in a while, though. Unless, my memory is failing me and I'm truly going senile, but... Okay, so that was, Torment 1 to Torment 2. Right out the gate, I can already hit Torment 2, so that part is, pretty easy. Now, the next part of this is going to be unlocking my boss power, right? So I gotta figure out which of these boss powers I want. I could use the one for healing whenever I cast a skill attack enemies with a wave of spikes. So I could do this one potentially. 50% increased damage from Wind of Hate. Yeah, I could do Lilith's Wind of Hate. That's one option. Damaging a vulnerable enemy. I could do Harbinger of Hatred's Volley, but I've already leveled that one. Trying to see if I can kind of switch things up a bit. 3 skills. Yeah, no, I don't need that one. This doesn't stagger or apply CC, right? After I damage an enemy, spawn a pool that deals bleeding damage per second. Oh, okay, I could do that one. Leeching Beam, ultimate skill. Oh, I gain 15% cooldown reduction on this, but this only works with Army of the Dead specifically. I could also do the Avarice's Explosive Ore, but I damage over time. Well, I don't do damage over time. So I think that for me personally, the most interesting ones to use of this bunch would be Lilith's Wind of Hate and Lord Zir's Blood Pool, because I'm trying out the different boss powers rather than using the ones that I already have from the other classes or the other characters I played. So I want to actually try with either Lord Zir's Blood Pool or Lilith's Wind of Hate. I feel like I'll cast a skill. I might end up using Lord Zir's Blood Pool for my next character. For my Dance of Knives rogue. So I might have, or... Yeah, I feel like I could use this for one of the other ones, but kind of want to try Lilith's Wind of Hate. Where I cast a skill. After I damage an enemy. You can only have up to 3 active pools. I just wish that there was a way to, like... I wish there was a power that works really nicely with minions, because, like, yeah, I can use Lilith's Wind of Hate and combo that with, like, Hemorrhage and Raise Skeleton, but I wonder if there's something that would allow me to do damage, or to have my minions do something. Oh, it was on YouTube some months ago. Oh, yeah, okay. Right. Yeah, it was a while ago. You never found me on Twitch till today. Okay, got it. Well, okay, now you have me on Twitch. This is amazing. And once again, thank you for filling me in on the max roll source. Okay, I'll talk more about that Thorn stuff in a second, but I do need to make a decision as to which of these powers I want to use. So are you playing right now? I'm guessing you probably are, right? Nice to see that you got your sword, and you said you're playing Blood Spear, so I'm guessing you're going to probably try to switch to Minion Necro at some point. I mean, thankfully we have Armory, so you can just switch back and forth as you feel like. Either way, okay, nice. I don't know if you're going to be making your Minion Necro right out the gate, like right now. So tonight, right, I'm going to be playing... I'm basically going to be doing I'm going to be grinding this Minion Necro all the way to Torment 4 tonight, unless it takes like a ludicrously long amount of time, which it might. So I'll be here for a while, and by the time I'm done, you'll see my journey all the way up to Torment 4, and then maybe if you might be able to take a few notes here and there that might give you some inspiration for your own Minion Necro or some pain points. Yeah, that can maybe save you a bit of time and effort. I don't know. So I'm excited for that. To kind of show you some of this gameplay. Maybe that'll be relevant for you. Thorn's Barb I'll talk about in a second. So, yeah. Cast a skill. Okay, so right now I feel like Lord Zero's Blood Pool is the main contender. I'm planning to use Andariel's Flaming Skull for my Thorn's Barb after damaging a vulnerable enemy. I also have, like, my next character is going to be the Dance of Knives rogue, right? So I don't know if there's a way for me to, like, to the closest enemy. I don't know if there's a way where if I use Dance of Knives rogue that I'll be able to keep pumping out my boss power. Actually, what am I talking about? I have Wandering Death's Chest Beam. If I'm using... I was pumping up the chest beam for my companion druid because I wanted my I wanted my companion druid to have the execute on the Wandering Death's chest beam. That's why I was pumping this up. But in reality, if I'm playing Dance of Knives Rogue, I would like to actually try the chest beam. It just naturally makes the most sense to me that I would have the Wandering Death's chest beam with this. So that's going to be for Dance of Knives Rogue. My Thorn's Barb will be using Andariel's Flaming Skull, and then my Spiritborn, maybe I'll use that with either Lilith's Wind of Hate or Lord Zir's Blood Pool, one of the two. I'm not sure which yet. Yeah. So in this case, then, maybe I will just use the pool. I cast a skill. Yeah, alright. So this is for Barb. This is for Spiritborn, maybe. And then this is for Dance of Knives Rogue. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm set. We'll be happy to offer the sword if you wanted. Oh no. I kind of want to see it in action. We'll be getting to our fall. If not, no. That's okay. I appreciate it. I'm okay. The reason being that I'm planning to try to farm that sword for myself. This is half the fun of starting up a character from Torment 1 to Torment 4 for me. I have to, like, I really do appreciate the offer. I don't want to be rude about it at all. But part of when I do my build overview at the end of all of this, because I don't know if you saw, but I recently, like, just before I started this stream, I released a build overview for my Ice Shard Sorcerer, and I'm going to do the same thing with Minion Necro. And when I do that build overview, I'm going to tell people, like, okay, this is kind of how the journey went, and then it took me like a couple tries to get, that sword that we're talking about, right? So yeah, to be honest, I'd love to show it in action for you right now, but I think what's even more important is to put this build together from the ground up so that we can kind of see it grow slowly, and then I can actually give people some information on how the build operates with or without some of these uniques. So that's my 2 cents. But yeah, I'll keep your offer in mind. Thank you very much. Now, with regards to the Thorn's Barb, and I'll talk about the Thorn's Barb while I try to go unlock the Lord Zir's Blood Pool, because I do have it unlocked, like, officially speaking, but I do like to show that I would be able to take on whatever boss. Like, I don't want to make it look like, oh, well, I picked up this boss power from one of my other characters, so yeah, here it is. I want to be able to show that, yeah, this Necro would have been able to take on this boss and clear it himself. Wait a second, no, I wouldn't be able to do it here. Hold on. I'm doing this all wrong. I just realized that I never switched it back from Torment 1. Yeah, I never switched it back from Torment 2 to Torment 1, so I gotta set it back. So, I also have to grab some elixirs and incense, too, because I wanted to test some stuff out. Yeah, this is fine. 2 of these. 2 of... Ooh, no, that's not the right one. 2 of these, and resistance. Alright, nice. I'm gonna trigger these now before I forget. And then... setting this back down to Torment 1. So like I was saying before, when I make it into Torment 1, first priority is going to be the boss power. After I clear the boss power, the second priority is going to be to pick up as many tempering recipes as possible and to pick up an ancestral weapon, if I can manage that. Now, there's a couple ways I can grab an ancestral weapon. I can either gamble it, or I can try to use the reputation boards. And I'm probably going to start off by trying to get it off the reputation boards. And I specifically made sure to hold off on doing the reputation boards until I made it to Torment. Like, I could have opened them up at like level 60 or even earlier, but since the rewards on that reputation board scale with whatever, like wherever I'm at, right? Like, if I'm in like level 50, it's going to give me level 50 items. If I'm level 60, it'll give me 750 item power items. And then, of course, now that I'm in Torment, there's a chance that I believe that it can give me... Oh! Okay, I saw that coming. I didn't expect that that was going to kill me in one hit. That's the only reason why I just stood there and tanked that hit to the face, just so we're clear here. Oh, was that my first death? I think that was actually my first death on... No, it wasn't. I died a few times already, I remember now. So, yeah, here I am. And I'm gonna try Bone Prison. You can probably walk over the Bone Prison, right? Yep. Oh, I just realized something. I need to let myself die here. Because I actually activated the blood pool without meaning to. There we go. Yeah, I have the... I'm actually using Lord Zir's blood pool to kill Lord Zir before I've actually killed Lord Zir. So let me try this one more time. Third time's the charm, right? Oh. 2. Okay. I am. Oh, it all automatically spawns all my minions back. I'd completely forgotten about that. Alright, there you go. That's all my damage put together. I didn't see the biggest damage numbers because if I get too close, I died. But, oh, wow. He melted fast. So that's what happens when I have all my stuff put together there. Nice. The other problem with Lord Zir's blood pool is I don't know if these stack, right? If I put multiple pools down on the same location, I don't know if it'll make it stronger or not. So yeah, you see that on Torment 1, I would have been able to unlock this power from Lord Zir. And then, again, because I'm testing the limits, if you even really call it that, the limits of the build, I'm going to go back to Karagar. I'm going to try to run Pit one more time. So this is with level 1 Lord Zir's blood pool. In fact, this could actually help me a lot because by having Lord Zir's blood pool, now I have a way to damage these monsters beyond... I have a way to damage these monsters beyond just waiting for my minions to kill them. Or relying on my golem. Or relying on my ult. Yeah, see, we have like 3 blood pools here. I'm gonna wait until, like, once I kill this next pack, I want to actually see if, like, if I don't do anything at all, I wonder if these blood pools will show up. Like, I wonder if my minions can trigger it themselves, just right out the gate. Actually, oh, by habit, I'm like dodging these blood pools, but these are my blood pools. It does make it a little difficult to know which ones are mine, though. Why is this guy taking so long to go down? Yeah, sometimes the bosses just are like really tanky for some reason. Okay, I'm not gonna touch any of the next monsters. Okay, so my minions will trigger the blood pools themselves. I didn't hit them at all this time. I didn't cast anything, and the pools still show up, which is actually perfect. That's kind of what I wanted. Okay. This is convenient, actually. I should be using Bone Prison together with Golem more. Anyway, going back to the Thorns Barb discussion, though, I'm glad that that you actually had a lot of fun in like a couple seasons back when I did my Thorns Barb. I want to do the Thorns Barb again this season, but I'm still really trying to hash out how that's going to all work. Right now, I'm thinking that for the Thorns Barb, what's realistically going to happen is I'm going to need to use Andario's Flaming Skull as my main source of damage against like bosses, right? Because if I'm trying to make like a pure, I can't even really call it like a pure Thorns Barb because some of my damage is coming from boss powers too. But I think that's fair, right? That's part of the season mechanic. So a lot of my damage is going to have to come from that Andariel's Flaming Skull. And the way the build is going to work is I'm going to probably Challenging Shout to aggro all the monsters in. So that's how I deal with the big packs. And then, once I pull the big packs in with Challenging Shout and Steel Grasp, I'm then going to have to stand still in front of all of them and just not do anything. And the reason for that is because I need to stand still for 1 second and then Andariel's Flaming Skull shows up. So I also need to have like Inner Calm and something like that. So it's going to be a very bizarre setup. Like I'm going to need a lot of life on that barb for sure, so that I can tank everything and DR. Crazy amounts of DR. Just so that I can activate Andariel's Flaming Skull. Yeah, these blood pools though. This is like rank 1 blood pool. That's the only adjustment I've made. Ooh, nice. I gotta keep getting my skeletal priests up. They do last a fair bit, but still, I should still keep getting them up as often as I can. Yeah, I like the damage numbers themselves. It's just kind of rough because of, like I mentioned before, when I have... okay, Artillery Shrine, I can kill them pretty easily with this. Yeah, it's just difficult because sometimes I want them to target like one specific monster, and that's like their biggest weakness. I do wonder how this game would play out if it was kind of like playing like an RTS where you can actually select which, like you could select like a group of minions and target like one specific location to attack, right? Yeah, I don't know how that would work for controller though, but I mean that could be kind of fun. Like instead of summoning skeletons, raised skeletons' effect is that it would direct your skeletons to hit a specific target. That would be really cool. Or if you could, like, customize their AI to focus on specific targets. Yeah, that would be really cool. I don't know why that, yeah, that would be a really cool feature. I'd love to see that, actually. Them making it so that you could actually, like, pull up, like, a drop-down menu for the minions, and then you could, like, give them target priorities, like little monsters first, or bosses first, or like a monster with damage reduction first, that kind of stuff. That'd be a lot of work to implement, I imagine, but still, like, I don't know, I just think that that would make playing a Minion Necro so much more fun, so much cooler. It'd be very unique to this game, that's for sure. Customizing the AI on your minions, then you feel kind of like a true minion mancer because, yeah, you can tell them, okay, they will follow your will, right? Okay. Keep pushing here. Good. Nice. Oh, well, this is a bit of a problem. They have me trapped in this little Waller thing. Wait, where are these orange numbers coming from? What? Is it the pool? I think my pool might be doing like crit overpowers or something. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know where these orange numbers are coming from. I thought that Lord Zier's blood pool is like, hold on. I'm gonna back up here for a second. I gotta get in close because of the suppressor monster. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is bleeding damage, so since it's a damage over time, it's not supposed to be able to overpower, at least by my understanding, it's not supposed to be able to. So I don't know how that's working out. I don't have my ult with me, otherwise I could have speed blitzed this guy. Okay. I think it's coming back pretty soon. Oh, ouch. Oh. And I'm gonna activate my golem there. Yeah, there you go. It really does make a pretty massive difference having Army of the Dead versus, or active versus not, because whenever I activate Army of the Dead, the damage on all of my minions goes up by 150%. So, oh, Infernal Horde's Compass, yes. Don't mind if I do. Gonna get this up to where it needs to go. I don't need that. I think I'll just keep pumping up Eliminator because I don't need any of the other powers right now. So, that's kind of what my guy's looking like so far. Ooh, yeah, I wanted this one. So, every 8 seconds, my Skeletal Mages cast a Blizzard that deals 755 cold damage. So, this is the maximum roll on Coldbringer. And I usually like to, I like having this aspect if I have room for it. So in this case, I do have room for it. I know exactly what I'd get rid of. I would get rid of the Wind Striker aspect on my boots, because this is the utility aspect, which is amazing. I would get rid of this. I lose out on a little bit of movement speed by doing so, but now that I'm in Torment, I don't prioritize movement speed as much. So yeah, I can get rid of those and not feel too bad about it. So I'm gonna go back here real quick and try to see how long did that run take. 7:45. So I had 7:45 roughly left on the clock. $7:45 remaining. Added Zier pool as main power. Okay. Now, I'm going to try the run again, but I'm going to use the Spectral Ash that I farmed. I didn't farm that many as compared to my other, as my previous runs, but I still have some. What's interesting, though, is that I do have, like, max rank Hatred's Embrace, so I shouldn't have this much crit strike chance either, but whatever. Anyway.
I cannot afford that.
There we go. With just the Spectral Ash I had, I managed to amp up my pool all the way from, like what was it originally? One. Okay, so originally it was at 10.3k. Now it is at 30k. So I'm gonna see, now that I've ranked it up to 11, just how much more easily this run of the pit will go. It's unfortunate that I don't have like a more proper glyph to level, but whatever. Yeah, these blood pools are pretty nasty. The amount of damage they're pumping out. But one of the unfortunate drawbacks is that when the pool is up, it's kind of hard to see if there's like an explosion of some sort that's supposed to occur. Like, if there's like a monster that's like fire enchanted and there's like a pool underneath it, it might actually cover the fire explosion. So, that's an issue. Lord Zier's pool. Now, I also need to get Flicker Step. That's another thing too. So I gotta like get like all the boss mats. I really do. But Probably after this, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the reputation board and try to get some like boss summoning materials that way. Yeah, the run is definitely going a lot more quickly, and I attribute that to Lord Zero's blood pool. Like, I can't see all of the damage numbers on him, but it says 19k. It doesn't look like it does that much more, but it feels a lot faster. Maybe it's like a placebo effect or something. I'm not sure. I just don't. Yeah, see, I still don't have my ult up. I have my ult up. This pack would all be dead. I also do wonder, like, how much of my damage is coming from Army of the Dead and how much of it is coming from my minions, but it's kind of hard to decouple the two, right? Like, I need to have Army of the Dead up. I need to have Army of the Dead up as much as I can, because otherwise I'm losing out on a lot of damage from my amulet, all that. What would be kind of crazier is if I switched over Unyielding Commanders to my weapon. That's another option, too. If I do that, then I can get, like, double damage on all my minions whenever I have my army. Or, no, it's not double damage. It's actually, like, 200% increased damage. Right? Something crazy. So, a lot of good options there. Lethal Shrine. Oh, ouch. Ow. Yeah, I need that flicker step. I really do need that flicker step. There I am. I gotta go next area, I guess. All right. There we are. Oh, shoot. See what I'm talking about. It's a little difficult to see when those explosions are about to occur. And I could activate my ult here. See, there it happened again. I barely saw the traces on the ground of the explosion. That's going to be the one that's going to be one of the drawbacks of this build, for sure. I'm trying to find, like, a proper group of monsters that I should use my ult on. Whatever, I'll just use it here then. I've been sitting on my ult for so long, waiting for, like, a good pack to use it on, but it's not. It's like, it hasn't been worth it. Okay, this would have been a good place to use it. And, okay, that golem just did like 500k damage. That was nice. But yeah, I have a protection shrine here, so that helps me stay alive, which is really good. Alright. I think I can also stack these pools, can't I? I'd have to... I mean, I'm gonna have to check this one day, but I think they stack. Yeah, I can see his health slowly going down from the pool. I don't mind that, actually. It really does feel like a nice augmentation to my build. Like being able to add the pool on top of the damage that my minions are putting out. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna need to spend some time... I might need to spend some time on Torment 1 for, like, to make Torment 2 easier, though. But when I make it to Torment 2, I'd love to run the apparitions there. Because it's Torment 2 where I feel like I get the most value out of, like, running those apparition incursions. Since I get, like, a lot of Spectral Ash and I also get like boss mats and all that. More boss mats, so. Biggest priority for me in Torment 1 is going to be to like make sure that my gear is good enough for Torment 2. So I'm gonna need to like upgrade my weapon, for example, up from right now I'm using like this silly 750 item power two-hander. I need to switch it back. Yeah, I need to switch it back over to something that like an ancestral, basically. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Okay.
Greetings. Well done. I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Unfortunately, my ult is still down, so. Alright. Buff up my priest a little bit, or buff them up with my skeletal priest. Activate this real quick. Oh shoot, I was supposed to activate the golem after. I did the rotation in the wrong order, but... okay, this is kinda cheating, but I'm gonna say that this was an 8-minute clear just because I was like messing around at some points during the run. And because it doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't really make much sense that I activated, like, I upped this boss power from, like, rank 1 all the way to 11, and I got no value out of it. Yeah, no, that would be kind of insane. Okay, Warrior Glyph. Ah, now we're talking. I think Warrior Glyph is for... Oh, that's for Skeletal Warriors, like, for every 5 decks I get increased damage on them. I mean, in the past... like before they made all these adjustments to Minion Necro, I think this would have been one of the glyphs to use, but personally, I don't really like that one. Let me actually see which glyphs I would actually want, come to think of it. You deal increased non-physical damage. Ah, enemies affected by curse skills take 10% increased damage from you, yeah. Increased physical damage and 1% movement speed for each active minion. See, that's a kind of a nice one. Ah, this one, Dead Razor. I would definitely want Dead Razor. Or Essence, too. Deal 22% increased damage to enemies that are not healthy. So Essence and Dead Razor would be two of the ones that I need. Maybe Exploit. I could even do the Golems. Yeah, but otherwise, like, I'm not really impressed by any of the options I have. If I really want to do something cheesy, I could try to, like, level Revenge, but no, I'm just gonna stick with Eliminator. It's actually the only glyph I have that I think is worth upgrading at this point. It's already up to, like, rank 20, which is kind of funny. Okay, I'm gonna salvage this, I'm gonna salvage this. So, I've gotten 2 Ancestral Legendaries. Yeah, I've gotten 2 Ancestral Legendaries since I started, but they're both, like, wands. Rather than, like, a proper two-hander. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to Tarsarak, I'm gonna try to open up that... Oh, no, wait. I should go back to Karagar and set it to Torment 2. Before I try to open my... Reputation Cash rewards. And then I have another trick up my sleeve on how to, like, gear myself up fast. So, how do I want to do this? Oh, yeah. Torment 2. Need something. Okay, that's done. And... Unveiler's Oath. Okay, I didn't actually unlock that many of the reputation stuff. I guess I didn't really do that much, that many of the incursions, although it's worth noting that earlier today a hotfix got pushed out for the game that made it much easier to get reputation. So apparently that's a thing now too. I'm gonna grab what I can get. I don't have the lair boss materials, but I can still grab this for some materials. Here's for some spectral ash. I do need more. I'll hold on to the spectral ash for now, but yeah, I would need to keep buffing this power, right? And then what else can I pick up here? Wait, dodge or block an attack. Currency cash. And finally spectral cash, which gave me a bunch of 750s. So, not too bad. This would have been great if I needed to gear up when I was going from if I was going from like Penitent to Torment 1. Death's Embrace. Which one's Death's Embrace? That's Death's Defense. Death's Embrace is... Huh? Skeletal Mage Mastery. I don't know which one's Death's Embrace. Hold on, let me throw this on real quick. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, okay. That amps my damage, and I take less damage if I use this, but I still think that this is more valuable to me right now. Okay, I'll salvage all these for now. Blood Orbs reduce my ultimate cooldown by X number of seconds. Actually, this might be a pretty useful one. I actually do get Blood Orbs from... But I mean, it's only from Hemorrhage, right? I don't know if I have any other way to get Blood Orbs, because if I did, then I might have a way to, like, really keep pushing out my army of the dead. That's to fortify me. I don't need that. Blood skills have a chance to create Blood Orb. Okay, hold on. Do I have any other ways to create Blood Orbs? That's what I want to know. One's a Blood Orb. Yeah, Blood Wave leaves behind Blood Orbs. I guess this is the aspect that people use to keep resetting their Blood Wave. It's funny how they made it, or how easy they made it to, like, keep spamming these, like, blood, or these ultimate skills now for a lot of classes. Things like Flicker Step, too. Use those. This is also a pretty crazy aspect, too. Okay, I'm never going to be using wands, so I'm just going to get rid of these. Same with this one. I like the idea of having a spare, but I'm just never going to switch. So, I'm going to get rid of the things that I don't need. Boots. I don't know if I care. Because the problem is I don't really have access to a stash. I mean, I guess I sort of do. Okay, hold on a second. Fine, I'll clean out my stash a little bit then. I don't want to have to do this while I'm in the middle of a run, but, I mean, I had forgotten to do this before, so... Let me just... see if... Okay. I don't need 3 shards of Arathiel. Let's see what I have here. Fate. I have this one. It's an Ancestral. I don't think I will ever be using anything other than like a max rolled. Okay, I'll keep these two then. Yeah, this is not a bad one. But the other one is pretty useless. Alright. What's this? Stone. I have 4 or 7 of these. Yeah, I don't need these. Well, this is like a pretty high roll, so I could hold on to that one. was basically spamming these boss mats to find the one item I was looking for. I never would have expected that I would end up needing it. Or that I would fill up my entire stash with all these. Okay. What are some other things I can get rid of here? I mean, get rid of it. I mean, this is like for Necro. This one... this is something like my Druid stuff. Okay, all rares. Like, there shouldn't be a single rare in my... Wait, why do I have Minion Finesse here? What? Okay, that's interesting. It's wolves. Okay, maybe what I'll do is I'll toss these in really quickly. Gotta make some space. Wait, where did that one go? Great Staff of the Crone. Well. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to wear those later. This one, or this one. Okay, so now I should have a stash tab to myself. No, wait, I'm just a little bit short here. These 7. Alright, done. So, this is officially my Necro stash tab, because I can't organize to save my life. I mean, incidentally, this is also my 3rd character, so 3rd stash tab makes a lot of sense. Resistance to all elements, yeah, I'm never using that again. So, I will need to purge out more uniques later, but I think this is a decent starting point. I'm gonna see here, rings and amulets. If I were to sell each of these, it's like 161k times 10. That's like 1.6 million. I don't know if that's better or salvaging is better. Do I get any... like good materials out of this? I'll try salvaging this batch and see. Wow, I got like nothing out of that. All right, so now I can actually start tossing stuff into my stash that I don't need. I don't have to look at it. This is perfect. Good. So, no ancestrals, based on what I can tell. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the den. I'm gonna try to see if I can get any ancestrals from there. And if I can't get any ancestrals from there, then I guess I have no choice but to try to gamble for a 2-hander. Although there is one other location that I could try to roll.
Much from me, boy. But I think a demon took more from you.
There we go.
You will
By
always
your,
have an ally in Subo.
7.
Is good, but a friend is even better.
I don't think I've seen that dialogue before. 750 item power items, but unfortunately... So this is like a 750 item power, but again, I'm looking for Ancestral specifically, and I haven't had much luck there, it seems. Adjudicator's Mask, I need to slay you or Var for that. There's Apparition Incursions. I'll need to run Apparition Incursions soon, but I would like to gear up first and try to get, like, try to be able to comfortably clear Torment too before I start farming Spectral Ash. 2-handed Scythe is the most... Well, actually, no. I would normally do 2-handed Scythe, but Beastmaster's training is pretty important. Yeah, I think it's actually even more important than getting, like... Here, let me open one of these up first. How much is it? 28% summon damage? No, that's not worth it, man. Crit strike damage by itself would be a lot more, because my minions are always going to crit since they inherit all my stats, right? So, only upside is this is the base damage on this is higher, but... yeah, the base damage on this is higher. Not the DPS, but, like, damage per hit, but... At the end of the day, like, I'm not trying to do what I'm doing with, like, the Companion Druid, where my wolves are on a cooldown anyway, so having a sword isn't even that bad.
Hello, shining peak.
Let's see if I can get... Oh, there you go. Two-handed... Oh, crit strike damage as the GA rule too. Oh, that is insane. I'm going to roll off Essence on Kill for Int. Now, I think I've mentioned before that the ideal temper, or the ideal GA would have probably been Int, but crit strike damage is good here too, since by putting on crit strike damage, I can combo it with Beastmaster's Training. Speaking of Beastmaster's Training, I'm still running summon damage on my weapon here. Yeah, I haven't gotten any legendary recipes for this Necro specifically, but if I can get it for... But you know what? Yeah, I'm already in Torment, so I think it's fair to use this recipe, because I don't... Like, if this were, like, my first character, then I would eventually get crit strike damage, so... yeah, I would just need to, like... I would just need to run Whispers, and I'd eventually get it. I could do that, but... Yeah, just... To simplify things, I'm just going to say that, yeah, I mean, I'm already in Torment, so I should be able to use this Worldly Finesse. I probably would have done that regardless. Oh, overpower. Vulnerable damage. No, I don't want that. Here, I should get... I still only have magic minion augments. That's kind of crazy to me, but sure. Worldly Finesse. Overpower. Overpower. Vulnerable? Overpower? Wow. They really don't want me to get crit strike. Oh, there we go. Okay, last try. I mean, that... I kind of made a mistake there. I should have actually tempered on the minion augments. It doesn't matter what minion augments I got. But the reason why I didn't bother holding out on that is just because I figure it's going to take a while before I get to like legendary minion augments anyway. So this will probably just be a temp for me. Or if I want to like make it like more useful later on, I could try to get like a Scroll of Restoration from the Infernal Horde's Compass. I know I already have at least one Infernal Horde's Compass, so I can always run that to get a Scroll of Restoration for the weapon roll. Essence on Kill, that has to go. This one's a no-brainer. I go for Int. And I think at this point in the game, it would be safe to assume that I'd have plenty of materials or gem fragments that I would even be able to get Flawless Emeralds. So I'm gonna equip this, and like you can see that damage is going sky high, and now it's going even higher, 131%, just my weapon alone. And as it stands, I would want to have crit strike damage, like even more crit strike damage from my other, well, all my other items, because that's like where I'd get the most amount of damage on average, since I have like 100% crit strike chance, right? Of course, granted, I don't think I'd have this high of a rank on Beastmaster's Training. With the Spectral Ash that I got from the Reputation board, I would have enough to buff this up probably to about rank 11, is my guess, but still, again, for simplicity's sake, yeah, let's just say that I have enough. Oh, right. And I'm gonna do a reanimation aspect. And that will belong on my weapon. Good. So now my damage should go up by a considerable margin. Everything else, all these other weapons, I can safely just salvage. I'm never going to be using them now. With regards to the rest of my equipment, though, I'll probably have to snag some upgrades on these eventually, but this is fine for now. I have some more obols. You know what? Where my obols will go next is trying to get like Ring of Mendelin, I think. Because that's a big part of the build. So I have to sort that out a little later. But for the time being, I want to try doing the run again. This time I'm using Spinal, well, let's just call it Reanimation Sword. So this should be fine. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see some of my damage numbers here. Like, I can't really tell the damage numbers whether or not they're going up. It's not like wolves where I know that there's 8 like damage numbers that show up. I can, like, it's easy for me to measure the damage on my companion druid, but for minions there's like so many different sources of damage, and the fact that there's like the pool here doesn't really help either. And I also have like Iron Maiden, so there's like a lot of damage numbers everywhere. But based off of the feel of the run, it's definitely going quicker than before. Yeah, I can always measure it by how much time is spent on this run. So far, I feel like I've been on point with my casts. Oh yeah, these guys are increased health. I think it's fair for me to use my ultimate here. Because if it's a monster with increased health, then that would be the way to go to speed things up. Oh, ouch. I want to get hit by that. Whoa, lag. If anyone has questions about the Minion Necro so far, just let me know. I am going to eventually do a video kind of covering how the build looks when I make it into, like, when I clear Torment 4, so that'll be another thing to look forward to, too, for any Minion Necro enthusiasts out there. Ooh, Lethal Shrine. All right. Right. Gonna keep going here. What do we have? Blast Wave Shrine? Yeah, why not? I'll abuse this. There we are. Next pack. Ow. Oh. DR monster. Take that one out. I still have my ult, but I'm kind of saving it until after my Blast Wave Shrine ends, just to get the most out of my shrine. I'll activate my ult here, why not? There's some monsters up ahead. Some of them actually also have increased health, so this was really the right call for me to use this when I did. Ow. Okay. Gonna activate my ultimate here, and I'm standing in front of the DR monster and in front of the suppressor monster, so neither of those effects should have any impact on my ults there. I'm almost done the run here. Is there? Oh yeah, I went the wrong way. I was like, oh, there we are.
Greetings. Well done. Thank you. Farewell.
Nice. Part of the reason why this run is going so much quicker too, it's not just the, well, I mean, I upgraded to an ancestral weapon, so the base damage of my souls goes up by like 15%, but I think that's not why my damage has increased so much. I think it's the fact that the boss power that I have scales. Oh, hey, Golem's Glyph. I got some Murmuring Obols too. So it's because this boss power scales with my weapon damage. So I think previously it was like 30 something K, right? It was like, yeah, just 30K. Now it's up to 47.5. Well, actually, I should go to town. I should go to town and then measure it there. I got golems, but I don't think I got anything else. Yeah, I don't plan to use golems, so. Or the golem's glyph, rather. So if I go to Karagar, right? Previously, I remember my damage was 30K, just for the Zir pool power alone. And now, it is... apparently it went down. Okay, there we go. With Inner Calm, it's closer to 35. So, it went from 30K to like 35K, which has got like a 16% increase in damage, roughly. And then, but then the other bigger upgrade to my boss powers was Beastmaster's Training, right? Like previously I had only 50% increase to my damage multiplicative, but now it's 131% because I got like GA crit strike damage. And then another temper roll for crit strike damage on this, as opposed to before I had a non-GA roll and it was summoning damage that I had rather than crit strike damage. Or maybe I did have crit strike damage on this as a temper, actually, but it wasn't... Well, yeah, it just isn't as high as it is now. The gems were lower grade, too, so I got some more crit strike damage from there. So I think this run that I just did, right? Let me just... Yeah, I had like 10 minutes left on the clock. Well, let's just say 9:45, I guess. Yeah, I'll just say 9:45. So 9 minutes 45 seconds remaining. I upgraded to Ancestral Two-Handed Sword. And crit strike damage also boosted. Beastmasters. Put with GA crit strike. Alright, yeah, that's good. I don't know if I made any other adjustments, but yeah, that's fine for now. I could upgrade this 2 more times if I wanted to. Want to go down that route. Oh, CSC, lucky hit chance, cold resistance. 6% chance to reduce its active cooldown? No, that's okay. I don't think that that's worth it. Alright, so I've been having fun like messing around with limit testing the pit, but I kind of want to do something else now. So, what do I have on hand? Okay, I have like a Tribute of Titans. I have 1 Tribute of Titans for getting like boss mats and all that, but I'm gonna hold off on that for a little bit. I think Varyana... Oh, did I already use her? Oh, yeah, I did use her report rewards already. Because one of the report rewards that I can get from Varyana is, I guess, Malignant Hearts. And some of the other mercenaries, I could actually get some pretty useful... Well, yeah, like... This guy's got Exquisite Blood, right? I think one of them has Distilled Fear. I'm not sure which, but... Yeah, that's like one way I could have gotten more boss mats. What I'm going to try to do in order to get boss mats is to run the Apparition Incursions. This is Torment 2. I'm going to try to see how well I fare on Torment 2. And incidentally, I would get a Whisper for this too. And there's other people clearing it. But most importantly, when this is done, I will actually fight Belial. I'll get Spectral Ash. But he also gives boss mats, I think. Let me try that, because I remember running these incursions. I was getting like a lot of boss mats. Also, they upped the amount of... I think they reduced how tough these apparitions are, or at least maybe they did it in the lower difficulties. Since that was written in their patch notes not too long ago. That's how I know. The patch notes for the hotfix that just got released earlier today. I'll just activate my ult, sure. Shouldn't be too much trouble. Oh, that was... I don't know what pulled them in. That wasn't me. Oh, there was another guy there. Corpse tendrils. I see it. Hey, Distilled Fears. Nice. Yeah, see? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, these Apparition Incursions apparently drop quite a number of boss mats. So, I have a choice. I can either run a bunch of Nightmare Dungeons, because Nightmare Dungeons are supposed to be the main source of Distilled Fears. Or I could run a bunch of this. And right now, I'm leaning more towards this. And just to recap, the reason why I need Distilled Fears is because I want Ring of Mendelin, and I can't remember the name of the sword. I'm going to go look it up in a second. But I need that sword. Right now, I'm using this... That's another reason, by the way, why I'm okay just bricking this sword, because I'm kind of using it really just as a temp until I get the real deal, which is that sword I was talking about. The problem with that sword is if I'm going to be getting it as a unique, then it's unlikely I'll be able to get it as a GA unique, but... Or as an ancestral unique, right? By the time I try to push for Torment 4. But still, I'm going to try to make do with what I have. Especially because the modifier on it is pretty insane. If I remember right. I'll have to take a look at it again. But, yeah, kind of nuts. I have Tau Loop, don't I? Yeah, I do. Or, not Tau Loop. I have Aspect of Elements here. Alright. It's probably just going to explode, I imagine.
Is at an end.
Here, just gonna activate my ults. I don't know if that's my damage or theirs, or if it's a combination. I mean, I'd see like Lightning Spear, or not Lightning Spear, but I see some... Actually, that was Lightning Spear. Yeah, I see somebody spamming Lightning Spear and all that, so... I mean, somebody, at least one other person has to have some kind of damage. I got Minion Finesse out of this, hooray. So now I don't feel so bad about using the Crit Strike damage recipe anymore. Well, it's not the same thing, but it's close enough. In this case. So Distilled like, yeah, I ran one of these incursions and I was able to get a bunch of, I was able to get some of these unique, but like the boss mats, so like that I'm going to need to run in order to get the uniques, right? I also got a whole bunch of Spectral Ash, so I'm going to use this to amp up my boss power here. Now, again, keep in mind that if Beastmaster's Training and Hatred's Embrace weren't maxed out already, I'd probably be distributing my points equally between these two until they reach like rank 11 or so, and then I'd be trying to pump up Lord's Blood Pool. That's probably how I would do it. But, yeah. I'm gonna go to Tree of Whispers, turn in my Whispers, and then I'm gonna go to the next incursion. And I'm gonna be doing incursions for a little bit. Kind of interesting, because... Well, yeah. I mean, I do need to run incursions for... Oh, I went to the wrong area. I need the incursions for pretty much everything right now. So that's where I'll be. They even have a good chance to drop me, like, because they give me, like, a couple chests, right? So sometimes I can actually get some good recipes or glyphs. Collection of leg guards or rings. Okay, collection of rings is #1 priority right now. I need as many chances to get a Ring of Mendelin as possible. Alright, I'm gonna head on over. Imperial Library.
I know this blade. Thank you for bringing this to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn these in so that if ever I need to teleport here, the quest marker isn't blocking the waypoint. This will also be a fun chance to see how well I can handle Torment 2 on my own, because on the previous run I had like 6 other people helping me out, but this time I'm not so sure.
Your efforts are for
Whoa,
naught,
lag.
mortals. This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
Yeah, definitely struggling quite a bit here. Oh shoot. Yeah, I'm struggling quite a bit, and the thing is, I'm also missing my... There's an aspect, Cult the Minion, I think, where I can get like 2 more skeleton mages and skeletal warriors. If I had that aspect, I think I'd have a little bit more damage at my disposal, but I don't, so yeah. Alright. So this is just all the like the boss power stuff alone that I'm pumping up. But I think one of the other things I should have done, well, I'm about to do, I'm going to probably use my Paragon points. At that point, I've kind of done it in the order that, like, I like to do the Paragon stuff later because, you know, if this were like a fresh character, I know I keep saying that, but if this were a brand new character, I wouldn't have like all these Paragon points, right? But now that I've had a chance to test the boss powers, I can probably put in like 1 or 2 boards worth of Paragon points, and I think that's fair game. So yeah, I'm gonna need to do something about that in a second. Collection of salvage. I don't really think oh, whoa! I'm gonna need to take a look at that more closely later. Collection of rings. No ring of Mendelin, unfortunately. Thorn army. I got a cry rune. It's quite accurate about how I feel right now. Am I? Oh yeah, no. There's another guy here too. A whirlwind barb. I activated my ult around the same time he started spinning with whirlwind, so I don't know if the damage is his or mine. Wow, he has like 2 GA on these, and he has a pretty nice setup going too. Whirlwind with earthquakes and dust devils.
That'll cough up that kitty
Alright. Ouch. I don't know if I'll be able to clear this, actually. At this rate. Well, I mean, I'll be able to activate my ult here, and it'll help a lot, but still, it takes a while to go through everything. Yeah, I'll be able to trigger Belial. No, this is fine. I think the Earthquake Barb is putting in some work, too, on the other side. I imagine he's doing more damage than I am right now, although, to be fair, I haven't actually used my Paragon points. Let me maybe do that. I'll do that now, because I think it'll be better in the long run if I actually have my board. Sure. Even just 1 legendary node. Armor for my summons. There we go. Okay. 40% increased damage for 20%, or for every 20% attack speed bonus they have, or whatever it is. I don't want to read the rest of it. I just know that it's damage for my minions, so maybe I'll use that. It should make a pretty big difference, but unlike with my other builds, it's very difficult to kind of see the exact damage difference just by looking at the numbers, because like I said, there's like so many, right? Since all the minions are hitting at the same time, plus thorns, and then I'm also running blood pool on this particular build. Okay. I'm gonna chill here. Also, I want to take a look and see if I try to refund my Paragon points, I'd be refunding 45. So, this would be like Paragon level 16 or so, assuming that you have all the renown rewards, including the ones from Nahantu. Kind of nice to know. Hey, Distilled Fears, nice. That feels good. See those Distilled Fears. Anytime I see those Distilled Fears, feels pretty good. I would want to try to see if I could run Beast in the Ice, but I don't know how well I'll last against them. I guess there's no harm in trying. Hey, unique helm. Or legendary ancestral helm with hardened bones, intelligence, max life, and 11.5% resistance to all elements. Wow, that is a dream. That is a dream of a helmet. That's a nasty helmet. Empower me at 68% effectiveness. It should be okay. If I don't use that. Because I don't really need to empower myself anyway. I usually like to have that because I think that, well, When it says empowers me at 68% effectiveness, I don't know if what that means is that I myself get the bonus, and then because minions inherit the bonus, like inherit my stats, I don't know if my minions will also inherit that bonus too. You know? Hey, more distilled fears. Wow, this is maybe because the game knows I'm a necro and I need distilled fears. It's giving me what I need. No, I'm kidding. Of course not. I could go do another... I could try to do one of the incursions. Yeah, this one has a whisper attached to it, so I'd like to hit that if possible. There's going to come a point where these aren't going to be attached to whispers, and when that time hits, I want to actually step back and kind of like sort out my gear. Although I do have a couple of minutes now anyway, because this incursion took a while. Increase damage over time. No, I don't need that. Int. Poison res. Ossified. No, I don't need these. Skeleton warriors explode on death, dealing physical damage to surrounding enemies. They lose 25% life per second while in combat. They take and then skeleton mages take less damage and deal increased damage. Now, what I'm trying to figure out right now is that if I use this, right, I could keep spamming raise skeletons to get my priests to keep healing my skeleton warriors. I mean, I could just do it just to try it out. Yeah, I could try it out in a little bit. CSC, lucky hit, cold resistance. I'll use this, though. I lose out on a little bit of Skeletal Warrior Mastery, but frankly, this is kind of an insane helmet. It also gives me 25% damage reduction, too, because why not? As for the empowers me, I can throw that on my boots, or I could use the Blizzard aspect. I'm not sure which I'd prefer. I think I'd rather have Bloodgetters. Increasing their damage by 30%. Okay, so if I get 68% of that bonus, right? Let's just say 2/3, so it boosts my damage by 20%. Kind of want to see blizzards, though. I actually really do want to see blizzards. Well, let's just see how well this goes, replacing my boots for blizzard for now. And then later, maybe if I don't really care for blizzard, I can just replace blizzard for bloodgetters or something. But,
The wonders of sanctuary at your
cold
fingertips.
bringers.
How may I help you?
Bloodgetters. I should mark those two. And then, yeah, the one aspect that matters the most isn't available. As soon as I get the one which is like +2 skeletons and +2 mages, then, or warriors and +2 mages, then yeah, I probably am gonna switch right over. What about this? At some point, I'm also going to need to replace these boots for Flicker Step, and then I'm going to need to put Occult Dominion somewhere else, so I'm going to need to think about that one as well. A lot of stuff to think about, for sure. And it's always like that. And yeah, I'm never using this sword, so I should salvage it in order to get the aspect. Service and Sacrifice. So I could use this. In place of Aspect of Elements. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes, I guess. Sure, I'll try it.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
144. Oh, shoot. I think I should still be able to make it. I have about 30 seconds, so I think I can get there in time. I'm gonna get there. Maybe clear the boss. I'd like to grab some more Distilled Fears. I actually enjoy that it's like a one-stop shop for like all the stuff that I need. Including, I gotta keep buffing up this boss power, right? I'd like to get this boss power up to rank 20. Then I can worry about everything else. Alright. Belial moves a new location, so I made it in time for the second phase.
It's a fight you wanted.
Oh, yeah, right. My skeletons are dying super fast. Whoa.
We
Uh,
nothing standing.
yeah, all my skeletons are just dead. Hmm. Okay. They're also supposed to explode on him. I don't know how much this explosion actually does, though. I want to actually see the skeleton explode and how much damage it does so that I know whether or not I should keep it. But I don't like having, like, no skeletons, regular skeletons whatsoever. I think I just saw, like, a 61k damage number. Explode on death. I think they just hit for, like, 9k. That was, like, nothing. The easiest way to test would be to, like, unsummon all my guys and then summon one skeleton to find. Yeah, I could do that right now. Here, fine. I'll just take this off. Sacrifice for a second. Okay, now I need to find one monster. Here. Okay, it's gonna slowly die, and it hit for 40k. Okay, no, I'm taking this aspect off. That was pretty pathetic, I must say. That is not worth it. That is not worth it at all. That is not, like, my skeleton mages do like 50% more damage. That's great and all, but I mean, I lose 5 skeletons. That's the trade-off. If I activate my ult, though, maybe that might be yeah. I messed up. I actually activated my ult way too early, but again, I don't think it really much matters. It's hard to tell my damage from everybody else's anyway. And yeah, no, I mean, everybody else is doing so much damage. Ooh, it's a GA Ancestral Amulet. Exquisite Blood, Living Steel. Okay. Ah, in max life and cold resistance. Unfortunately, the GA wasn't on the int, but yeah, I could use some more life too. Why not, right? Blood Orbs restore essence. And I did get some more Spectral Ash, so again, I'm just going to pump up this boss power with every incursion that I do. When's the next incursion? Oh, how convenient. It's starting now. But I'm guessing that since I can't really see it... Oh, no, it's right here. Okay. I'm going to head over there then. I'm going to need to get rid of this aspect soon, too. Hold on a second. This is the wrong spot. Lord Zir's Blood Pool.
It is done.
Greater collection of materials. Do I need any of the other ones? It's not like I need raiment or something like that. For the leg guards, yeah, it would be nice to get a better set of Blood Moon breaches, but I'm gonna worry about that later. Because this isn't even like an ancestral... This isn't even a greater cache, let alone like an ancestral cache. Although I find that I only get those ancestral caches in like Torment 3 and above. I never really get them in... I rarely get them in Torment 2 or lower. Torment 2 or Torment 1. Generally speaking, I don't activate caches in Torment 1 at all, because usually I can already break into Torment 2 right out the gate. It's not like in the PTR where, like, getting to Torment 2 is actually a little bit more challenging. Here it's just, yeah, you can waltz into Torment 2, it's just that it takes a while to kill stuff there. No. Oh. I'm gonna activate my ult on this one and see. Oh, I think those blizzards are from me, right? Or are from my mages.
This stops nothing.
Two-handed axe. I'll just pick this up now. Oh, okay. I got like a couple annuals. Malignant Hearts, Exploit Glyph. I need that one for later. And then all this stuff. Cur Rune. Oh, okay, I got a Cur Rune. I can finally do something with that. Yeah, I'll sort that out a little later. Yeah, nice that I can just let my minions do their thing while I read my stuff. My favorite part about playing a Minion Necro. Well, one of my favorite parts. Activating my ult here. It's a big pack, so I think it's a pretty reasonable time to do so. Ooh, okay. Actually does do a pretty nice amount of damage. About 1,000,000 is good here. Makes me wonder what the Thorns Barb is going to look like, especially with Andariel's Flaming Skull. The funny thing about trying to use Andariel's Flaming Skull is that means that I have to fight Andariel, and I have to somehow kill Andariel with my Thorns Barb. That'll be fun to try and figure out. I could always just splash like a... I could try to splash some core skill, or like Mighty Throw or something if I really wanted to, but I want to see if I can get by with just basic attacks alone, ideally. Territorial Glyph, nice. I think Belial's coming soon, so... Yeah, these blizzards I think are for my mages. That actually looks kind of cool. Okay, activated my ultimate. I don't know if that really changes much. Nah, his health bar still goes down at roughly the same pace, so... Yeah, others are doing a good chunk of damage. Living Steel, Exquisite Blood. Yeah, no, it's nice that I get to run these to get, like, boss mats. And the Spectral Ash. Incursion is coming up. World Boss is coming up too, but I don't know if I really need anything from World Boss. Okay, finally. There's an Apparition Incursion available, but that one's not worth any Whispers, so... I can... Oh, okay. Shadow damage. I could skip that one in favor of trying to up my equipment and get the things that I need for my build. So... I'm gonna start off with this amulet. Yeah, let me upgrade my amulet. Do I... % increase damage for each 20% of attack speed bonus they have. Well... I'm missing an aspect, but you know, one way to really boost up my attack speed is to throw this on, but it also requires that I need to have damage to crowd-controlled enemies, and I have, like, none of that, so something else to figure out. Hold on, I'm gonna check something real quick. Oh yeah, right, I remember. The new unique. Diablo 4, Minion Necro unique Season 8. What did they add? Okay. It's is it Sanguivore Blade of Zir? I think that's the one, right? Yeah. Sanguivore Blade of Zir. It's got a bunch of summon damage. It's got intelligence, max life, +2 skeletal warrior, mage, and golem mastery, and chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage. I also get like some sort of vampiric curse along with it, so that's gonna be fun. I don't know how the build will work with that, but it's a lot of raw damage. I don't know. It looks like it's gonna amp up my damage on my minions a lot more than this will. Because it's like +2 for skeletal, or +2 ranks to skeletal warrior mastery, mages, golem, right? And that's without it being selected as a GA and without it being selected for masterworking. So it's a lot of stuff to consider there. Hold on. Okay, gonna keep at it. So there's another Apparition Incursion coming up. This one also doesn't have a Whisper attached to it, so it's fine. Alright. I'm gonna switch out
There is
this
magic
amulet
involved
here.
I'll show you.
I have Skeleton Mage on, so it really bothers me that the Minion Finesse recipe is like worse than crit strike damage, like straight up worse. So Minion Finesse, I could do like summon damage, skeleton mage damage, or golem damage. Now the one upside, if I do get plus skeleton mage and golem damage, is that it buffs my Army of the Dead's damage, which could be a pretty big deal. But right now, if instead of Minion Finesse, I use Worldly Finesse, I actually get more damage than I do from here because my crit strike chance is so high. So, with that said, I should do Worldly Finesse here for crit strike damage. Good. And then the other modifier I'm going to put, right, I'm just going to double check this, but I think it'll be pretty obvious. Mobility, yeah. So the only other one worth considering is this one, Necromancer Efficiency for ultimate cooldown reduction. Or Golem cooldown reduction, but yeah, okay, ultimate cooldown reduction is ideal. Also, something I just realized, okay, no, I did max out Army of the Dead. So this is the natural, this is its, this is how much it, this is the cooldown by. One spirit cooldown reduction. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm actually going to take a moment to properly temper everything before I keep going. Max life, no. Total armor, okay, there. What are my resistances at? Yeah, my resistances are pretty much max now too because of my ancestral amulet. Although, I do need to temper this aspect onto it. Unyielding Commander. And in addition to Unyielding Commander, I also need to put something else on this ring because this is a terrible This is a terrible aspect for my build, I would say. Aspect of decay, aspect of elements. Yeah, I could just... aspect of serration? Blood Seekers. Blood Soaked. Bone Dusters. Gotta be something here. Conceited? I could do Conceited aspect. Yeah, I'll consider using Conceited, although I don't think I actually found a Conceited aspect during this run, so maybe I won't be using that after all. Casting an ultimate skill increases your damage by 23% for 8 seconds. What would that look like if I threw that on? 41.5? You know what? Actually, that doesn't seem that bad at all. Yeah, sure. Let's use that for now. Because what I used to have was aspect of elements, but I don't really like aspect of elements since it's nice as a placeholder, but never as like an endgame sort of thing, right? Yeah, I'd rather have ways to reduce the cooldown on my ult. Speaking of ways to reduce the cooldown on my ults, the reason why I was saying I'm going to take a pause to actually sort out my gear is because I know that I have 2 other... I'm just going to salvage this. I'm never going to be using that. Now that I have an ancestral amulet. There we go. My next critical strike. No, I don't need this one. So I'm going to temper this with the same stuff as what I had before. Or actually, wait. I'm already pretty close to the cap. So let me take a look and see what the other boards are going to be. Hulking Monstrosity. Grants increased damage if I consume 6 or 5 corpses. Yeah, I could do that if I wanted. I gain 15% damage reduction and deal 30% increased crit strike damage. Okay. I don't really mess around with blood orbs. Increased overpower damage. Corrupting effects. Up to 2,000 intelligence. Alright. Cursed enemies take 10% increased damage, and the bonus increases by 10% for each second they're cursed. Okay. Yeah, so I can do Frailty, Hulking Monstrosity maybe, and Flesh Eater. Or maybe even Scent of Death. Some combination of those 4. Those 4 boards. Yeah. I'm just making this up on the fly. Like, I can cook it together, and I think it'll turn out all right. Like, I'll be able to make it in... Here's the thing about my builds. You'll be able to make it in a Torment 4 if you follow what I'm doing, probably. But, of course, there's going to be people who are going to be running, like, S tier or, like, broken tier builds that are going to be stronger. And there's even other players who are more knowledgeable about Minion Necro than I am, of course, like much more knowledgeable. So those people will have probably better builds cooked up. So that's just something to keep in mind, right? All right. So the reason I was looking at those Paragon boards in the first place is I was trying to figure out if I need to like look out for like damage to for like a specific type of damage, right? Because this power here needs like damage to crowd controlled for me to actually get the attack speed modifier from it. There's also Army of the Dead, where its damage gets increased by skeleton, mage, and golem damage bonuses, right? So if I'm going to temper crit strike damage, it doesn't really boost the multiplicative damage modifier on this or on any of my boss powers. That's why I mean, it boosts my Beastmaster's training, but it's already almost maxed. So that's kind of what I'm really trying to hash out here. So I'm thinking I'm going to go Minion Finesse, and I'm going to try to amp up Golem damage here. Skeleton Mage damage would be good too, but Golem damage is great because I can get some pretty nasty crit overpowers against DR and suppressor type monsters. Alright. What am I gonna replace for it? Skeleton mage damage. What is on this one? Summon damage? Oof. Attack speed on it too. I definitely do need more attack speed, but hold on. Where's my... I'm still missing these two aspects, but aspect of Frenzied Dead is where I would be getting a lot of my attack speed from. Attack speed for 3 seconds. Aspect of Frenzied Dead and... here we are. My minions gain 3% active attack speed and deal 3% increased damage for each active minion. So right now I have 9 minions, so they're getting 27% attack speed off of that. So that's the other attack speed related ones are these 3. Oh, what about on the Paragon board? I'm going to look for attack speed. I can get summon attack speed here. 30%. If I get Aspect of Occult Dominion, that's 4 extra minions times 3, so that's 12. 27 plus 12, it makes 39. This boosts them up to 49, and then with the aspect that I was eyeballing here... Yeah, I could... Oh, not this one. This one. Yeah, I could actually hit 200% attack speed if I combo those together. But if I did the damage to crowd controlled, I could boost Torsk's Rage. And I don't think it's enough, though. Even if I upgrade this, I see that it's only going up by 0.5% per level. So 0.5 times 19, that's like 5. Like, what, 10% more? So I can boost this up to like 20% attack speed. No, that's not worth it, man. That is really not worth it. Like, I'm going to go through all that effort, and then I'm going to also have to put damage to crowd control on all my equipment. No way. No, I'm not doing that. That's just not worth it. Anyway, ultimate cooldown reduction. Golem active cooldown reduction is acceptable also for the time being. Later, I'm going to want to switch it out. Alright, I'm going to need to switch it out, but for now, this will do. Alright. What do we have here? Yeah, so I think I'm going to leave it as Golem active cooldown reduction for the time being. Later on, ultimate cooldown reduction might be a more desirable pick, but for now this will have to do. It does have crit strike damage. I don't know if... I think I'd rather have life on it, though. Yeah, I think I would rather have life rather than crit strike damage here. Damage. Yeah, it's so much to juggle around. crit strike damage. This is 148%. If I take this off and then I put this on, and what's my strike chance right now? It's like 30%. Yeah, okay. Well, I can't afford to take it off just yet. Okay, max life. There we go. Fine. Sure. It's kind of hard to get max life. I do need max life on my gear. So I think this is the best case scenario. Int max life and crit strike chance. Then as far as the aspects are concerned, I think as long as I'm not using aspect of service and service and sacrifice, it'll be fine. But that begs the question, what else can I use? I think my old one was Vehement Brawler. I know I had just imprinted it, but yeah, I can just re-imprint it again. No big deal. I lost a fair bit of lightning resist from this one, so I can use a topaz to kind of compensate the resistances. Topaz and emerald, probably. Now with this one. All right. Oh wait, no, this isn't my necro stuff. Here's the other ring that I had, and I was debating whether or not I wanted to switch my other one, but I don't think I should. Only worth switching this out if I got like crit strike chance and crit strike damage, and besides, like at some point I'm going to be replacing this with Ring of Mendelin anyway, so who really cares in this case? I'm going to salvage this. I'm never going to be using that amulet. Same with this one, I think. Well, who knows, maybe. I thought I had Ancestral Pants, but I don't. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Oh, yeah, right, I'm supposed to replace my cold resistance, too. On my amulet. Movement speed is good, but Death's Embrace? It's not bad. CSC. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, why not? Embrace. Yeah, I mean, if it were like Hellbent Commander or some other modifier like that, I think I would have preferred that, but for now, I'll just focus on trying to get max crit strike chance, I guess. What are my runes, anyway? Cast 5 skills and become exhausted for 5 seconds. You know, to tell you the truth, I actually kind of regret that decision that I made just now. Do I have crit strike chance somewhere? Yeah, there it is. Garun. So I can actually just do this to get myself my max crit strike chance. And, oh, okay, Death's Embrace again. Or attack speed. Attack speed also could be a good candidate. In fact, attack speed might be better in this case, because Death's Embrace is like, what, 3% per level? Or is it 2%? Get like 6% on this, but then if I do attack speed, not only do my minions get, well, faster attack speed, but they also get a bonus from the cult leader legendary node that I'm using. So I think that's how I'll do it. So much decision making to do, but at least I have that sorted out. So this is fine for now. I can go lightning resistance and poison resistance here in a second. Lightning, cold, and poison. So lightning, cold, and then almost capped on resistances. And that's just for my amulet and ring. Then I think I also got this. Yeah, I'm not changing this. This one's fine. Although, now that I think about it, I could probably put another temper on this. Because I know which temper I would want. I could use this one for Fortify. I don't really think I need damage reduction for my minions. The only time I've ever seen them die is when I use that aspect of service and sacrifice. Oh wait, no, that's defensive. I was supposed to look at these ones. No, the one that I was looking for specifically was either going to be Execution Innovation or Thorn Army. And to tell you the truth, it's very rare that my Skeleton Priest duration like runs out. Like I'm usually spamming it anyway, so I should be using this one. And I'm hoping for Spiked Armor specifically. It's really the only... It's the only real option. Spiked Armor. Okay, 1 to Spiked Armor isn't great, but it'll have to do. See, even 1 point in Spiked Armor was enough to get me, like, an extra, like, 50 armor or something like that. That was pretty nuts. So, that one's a given. Alright, I think I've stalled long enough. I'm kind of like an hour into this, and I haven't really made much progress. I'm too busy, like, fawning over my gear that's going to be replaced sooner or later anyway. I do have 1 run of Beast in the Ice, so I'm going to attempt that real quick. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off, though. That's the thing I'm scared of, that I'm not going to be able to clear it. Actually, wait. I remember, I think earlier Nick on YouTube pointed out that he managed to get the new sword from Beast in the Ice, but it's actually supposed to drop from somewhere else, I think. Here, let me just double check. Blade of Zir. Okay, so Blade of Zir is supposed to drop from... Oh, okay, I guess that would make sense. Lord Zir drops the Sanguivore Blade of Zir, so I'm going to try that. I think that fight is not that difficult, because all I really need to do is stand back, and like it usually goes just fine. I have a 7-second cooldown on my evade. Good to know.
Now there's a choice cut.
Unfortunately, that means that my increased movement speed doesn't... Actually, how does that work? It's whenever I cast evade, right? So, you can't cast evade to reset unless I time it properly. Increased movement speed from killing monsters alongside Variana. Oh yeah, that's why I have Variana. It was supposed to be for... she was supposed to be the one to give me like some attack speed too. That was what it was. Yeah, I've activated my ult. His health bar actually does move when the ult is active, but it does still take some time to get this all going. Oh, let's step away from that. The other thing I'm kind of scared of is that his blood pools look the same as my blood pools. Oh yeah, I'm also supposed to consider using Decrepify. Let's step away from that. Yeah, Decrepify would be nice. Get some damage reduction. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna switch out Iron Maiden for that. I think I should. I just should. Oh, no. Wait, did he actually hit me with that? And then I tanked it with Barrier and Fortify? I don't think that... That doesn't sound right. He instantly killed me with it last time, and back then I had like an elixir active. Oh, no. Oh man, this fight takes forever. Oh, no, no. I don't know how my minions are still alive. Ow. Dude, I can't tell which pools are mine and which ones are his. I thought this pool was mine. That's why I walked right into it. Okay, well. This is such a silly fight. Alright, there we go. So now I just have to wait like another half a minute for my ult to come back. Oh, ouch. These Bloodseekers don't do very much damage to me. It's only Zir's effects that are particularly scary. Oh, man. Maybe I gotta just start running Blood Mist. Yeah, this is what I was saying before, too, that maybe I should just run Blood Mist. Because fights like this require me to be a little more... have some more ways to just keep myself alive, right? Okay. Oh, come on. You went up into the sky just as I cast my skill. You just keep summoning Bloodseekers? Ah. Yeah, see, my damage is split between him and the Bloodseekers. I would have preferred if all of the damage was just Zir specifically, but... Oh, this way. I'm glad I have evade charges. Ow, ow, ow. It was kind of a troublesome fight. No, no! I think I walked into the pool, didn't I? No! I have enough evade charges. Thankfully, I have 3 evade charges. Can I survive that? Oh. Ow. Subo reinforcement? What, because I got CC'd? Why does he keep jumping in the air after I've just activated my ult? There we go. Ah. And see, these blood pools are mine. I walked into them and I didn't take any damage. Could have made it a little easier to tell which one's mine. So, yeah, I can open this horde. Okay. I'm hoping this unique ring is Mendelin, but probably not, right? That is not wishful thinking. The first try. First try. Oh, wait, I just noticed Belial spawned too. I was too busy fawning over the ring that I completely forgot that that Belial can spawn. So now I gotta try to avoid getting killed here. Okay. Ouch. Okay. Why? Why did, like, every time I activate my ult, they just hop away. But, I mean, this time it's okay. Like, he didn't go invulnerable. He just teleported. So my army of the dead can still seek him out.
Only fuel my rage.
I'm actually doing oh, no, no. I was gonna say I'm doing a better job dodging than usual. Oh, I'm a goof. That was so stupid. I died for like no reason, and now I lost my chance, I think, to take down Belial. I think if I lose the fight, then... Yeah, if I lose the fight, then he goes away. Ah, darn it. Well, that's lame. I get for not paying attention. And, like, I do, like, no damage. I actually do no damage when Army of the Dead and my other stuff isn't available. Look at these. These are, like, regular monsters. They're not even summons from... they're not even summons from Zir. Okay, let me actually get Ring of Mendelin on. Yeah, I'm gonna get Ring of Mendelin on, and we'll see what happens after that. Yeah. Ring of Mendelin. Intelligence, damage, and summon attack speed. Along with 1 rank for each of these, but most of all, it has the unique, where every 6th attack explodes for like 6k damage, so hopefully that will... Yeah, hopefully that'll carry me through some of these fights. I'm gonna go back to town real quick, and I'm gonna throw a socket into it and everything. Okay, 1 second. Also, there's a whisper tied to Pit, so might have to do that later. Oh, this incursion actually has a whisper tied to it too. So I could run both of those. But... Oh, I should probably add a socket into here too, huh? Ah, it's Casime's. This is that Blood Wave pants that everyone's been running that does insane amounts of damage. Alright. That brings me up to almost capped resistances. I have Frostburn. I don't really need that. Racanoths. Now, here's an option for me. I could run Racanoths just to get the cooldown reduction and the resistance to all elements. But then again, I don't think that's necessary just yet. I do want to get Flicker Step, though. Flicker Step is going to be one of the key items that I need. At this point, I should probably get rid of this. Yeah, I don't know if that... Don't really think that the power that it had really helps me. The one where, like, when I use my Golem, oh, it explodes for, like, a bit of extra damage. And also, that last fight that I did, where Belial spawned, I should have actually popped my Elixirs and Incense, but I'm actually too slow on these. If I had actually popped my Elixir of Fortitude and Redamine Buzz, I might have actually survived some of his attacks, now that I think about it. So, let me just get these up just to be... so that that doesn't happen next time. Like, I'm not going to turn them on now, but maybe later I'll use them. That's unfortunate. I wasted a Belial. I think that since the season began, I don't think I've failed a Belial fight. I could be wrong about that, but I think I've always cleared the Belial fight. Alright, so this is with Ring of Mendelin. Oh. Yeah, look at that. This is the difference between me having a Mendelin versus not having a... Ow. Alright, well, we don't talk about that one. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more time. Like, I don't actually have any boss mats. I just wanted to prove both to myself and to you, dear viewer, that that it's possible for me to take them on. Alright, yeah, look at this. This is Mendelin. This is him getting chunked off of Mendelin. I haven't activated my ultimate either, right? So, all his damage has to be from Mendelin. Keeping my distance too this time. Unfortunately, there's Bloodseekers now, so it's a little bit more difficult to tell the damage there, but... Oh, boy. Oh, no. My CC! I had to use Golem to break myself out of that CC or I would have died there. Because thankfully they made it so Golem actually gives you unstoppable when you use it. On top of its little effect. Alright, yeah, see, that was like 10 times easier than the last fight. And the sole reason why the fight was so easy was because of Ring of Mendelin. Like, no questions asked there. Okay. So that was Ring of Mendelin. I am gonna pump this up a little bit. And then I think there was like an incursion here, right? Or I guess I'm too late to for that one, but I'm gonna try to see if I can still make it. I doubt it, but you know, you never know. Sometimes get a little lucky. Hey, I did actually make it. And there is still a whisper on this. Oh, wow. Lucky me. And I think this is probably going to be second phase. I think by this point. Actually, I have no idea. I have no idea if this is first or second phase. But either way, I'm just really happy to get this Ring of Mendelin. Oh shoot, I activated it too soon. I was supposed to use this against Belial. Well, I mean, I get to see Ring of Mendelin in action at least. Then I need to go and grab that other sword. The one that's supposed to be used for taking on... Like the one that I'm supposed to fight Zir for, but which... Nick Wessler earlier from YouTube that who I was talking to. He got it from...
Insolence is at an end.
He actually got it from Beast of the Ice, so maybe I'll try Beast of the Ice and see if Beast of the Ice will drop it for me. Right? Alright, yeah. Done with the whispers here. Oh, more Exquisite Bloods? Nice. And I have... Oh, no, I'm a little short from being able to pump up this power. Blood attack speed. Deal corrupting damage per second to enemies around them. No, I don't care about that. I don't even know if I care about this ring, but I'll hold on to it just in case. This one, it has all the right rolls, but mine is clearly better. Mine's just straight up a superior version. Oh, there it is. Flammered of Frenzy Dead. It is a mid-roll. And this thing will give my minions like almost 40% attack speed. So 40% attack speed from this, 8% attack speed from this, 9% attack speed from this. That already makes 17% attack speed. So 17 plus around... This makes like 55, right? Then, just for good measure... Because I still am only using like 45 Paragon points. I'm gonna go this way. And pump up. This. Nice. How much more attack speed can I get here? So... This is already maxed out. That's kind of nice, at least. Summon damage... Attack speed. Attack speed. Yeah, I need more attack speed. I actually need more attack speed here. Alright, let me go salvage this so I can toss it on my gloves. This is pretty massive. This is a huge, huge upgrade. But I also want to check something out real quick. So the last time I did a Pit 25 clear, I did it with 9.5, like what, 9.5 minutes remaining, right? I got the Ring of Mendelin, but I want to actually measure how much of a power boost it is, so I'm gonna probably do a Pit 30 in a second, but I'll take off my Ring of Mendelin, and I'll see how much better or worse I do. One-handed weapons, gauntlets. I think I would want gauntlets in this case. My amulet is pretty good. Well, it's either gauntlets or one-handers because my gloves right now aren't great, but I actually have a better pair, like even in my inventory, right? I guess the thing that I really need here is one-handers because there's still one aspect that I'm missing. So if I can get that aspect, then that would be super helpful. Not this one. Not this one. And definitely not that one. Okay, well, these so-called one-handed weapons weren't really one-handed weapons at all, but okay, alright. Whatever. Frenzied Dead. Aspect of Frenzied Dead. Alright. There we go. I lose out Inner Calm, but I don't really think I care. Yeah, this was the ring. And it's funny because I had salvaged one of these earlier. Because I didn't want to, like, hold on to so many, but it's okay. I can just strike damage. Int. Alright. Yeah. Int max life crit strike chance. Good. My crit strike chance is already really high, though. I could probably afford to use, like, attack speed instead of crit strike chance on some of these rings. Oh, whatever. Okay, so I have to run the pit one more time. My powers are, like, pretty kitted out right now. Yeah, just thinking about different possibilities on what I could use. I should just salvage this. I don't know why I'm still holding on to this. I will never be switching out to any non-ancestral amulet. Alright. So, Hardened Bones, Juggernauts, all these. So, what have I changed since the last run? I have a GA amulet. I have better rings now. Oh, I can actually throw some... I guess I can put Intercalm on this for now.
Another happy customer.
I mean, those are like the big ones. Those are the big adjustments I made. I don't think I really adjusted much of anything else. It's just the Ring of Mendelin that was the really big boost to my damage. Apparition Incursion, World Boss in 3 minutes. So, I'm debating whether or not I want to tackle on the World Boss. I could do it for fun, but there's no whisper attached to it, and I don't really feel... Oh, shoot, I just misclicked it. I don't ever really feel like I get anything too valuable out of the World Boss. I just teleported from one spot to like 5 feet away. You know what I can do while I wait for the World Boss to show up? I was gonna do the Distilled Fears, and then I realized that Beast in the Ice actually takes a fair bit longer than 2 minutes to do. What else can I manage here? No, this will take a bit. I'm really just chilling. Yeah, should probably take on the World Boss. I think that would just make the most sense. Ah, this one ends in like 2 minutes. I missed that one, but honestly, I don't really relish the thought of going up against Harbinger of Hatred anyway. Harbinger of Hatred takes so long to bring down, man. And it requires me to actually, like, be good at, with dodging and all that, rather than just being able to, like, face tank it. As a fight should be, I guess, but I'm just so lazy to, like, pay attention to all that. Yeah, what I could do while I wait here, I mean, it's one of the first times I'm actually early to one of these. That's a lot of people. What I can do is I can actually figure out how much attack speed I actually have. Is there a way to, like, here? Is there, like, an attack speed for minions sort of bonus? I see, like, damage with warriors, damage with mages, summon damage, but I don't really see attack speed on them. I have attack speed of 9%. and then not using Taurus Rage. Yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong. I should replace max life on this with attack speed. And same thing with my rings. Like, forget crit strike chance. I'm already getting so much crit strike chance. I should just have attack speed. Oh, whatever. So this is 37. This is another 10. Okay, I'll have to look at it after. There. Activating my ults. We'll see how this goes. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Ouch. I'm able to tank it, but still, that hurt. And I'm gonna stay on this side. I think somebody else activated Army of the Dead just now. Ooh. Yeah, Shava's going down pretty fast. I'm just hoping that Ashava drops me something that was worth me coming here. But I mean, it has to be like a GA something. Either GA or unique that I need. Let me just... I don't know if I got hit by that or not. I'm pretty tanky, so maybe I just took it to the face. There is a Tribute of Radiance. I might be able to use that, although these are... oh, it's for Ancestral Legendaries. I thought it was the one for Uniques. Exquisite Blood 15? Nice. Okay, I take back everything that I just said. That was totally worth it. I got 12 Exquisite Bloods from that, wow. I kind of like the pacing at which they give the mats, too. I feel like it's not like too many. I don't think it's too little, either. Or too few. Frost Nova inflicts freeze and vulnerable. I'm actually kind of tempted to run that. Oh yeah, I had also forgotten that instead of Iron Maiden, I should actually be running Decrepify now. Get a chance to be stunned for 2 seconds. And then this one, Horde Decrepify. They hit an enemy, they are instantly killed. Okay, so I want that, but I need to pick something to get rid of for it. Might not be easy to find one. Like 1 point that I can take out. I like everything looking nice and clean. Like either 1 point, 3 points, or 0 points. Okay. Like, I actually do use these to spawn Skeletal Warriors and Mages, though. Ugh. I actually do still use Hemorrhage from time to time. I do kind of wonder, though, what if I just didn't use Hemorrhage anymore? I'm gonna try this real quick. Oh, wait, no, I need that point in Hemorrhage so that I can actually... If I don't have that point in Hemorrhage, then I don't have enough points to get any of the other trees. Alright, I'm gonna regret this later, probably, but I can't do it. Fine, I'll get rid of Bonded in Essence then. That's like the least useful one that I can think of. Oh, I don't have points in any of my other skills. There's Bone Prison. I could get rid of Dreadful Bone Prison, but I mean, that's actually a pretty useful one, right? Sure. That's done. Oh, there's another incursion up ahead. I'm gonna run over to Ketchuk real quick. And might as well run that one. And just get some free rewards out of it. More boss mats and the likes. I also think that the next incursion should allow me to max out my Lord Zir's blood pool, in theory. Oh, no, I actually missed it. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay. Belial, Lord of Lies. Oh, yeah. Game rubbing it in my face that I missed out on one of the husks. I'll go do a run of the pit. That's what I was originally here for, right? I'm just gonna say that I have a rank 20 Zir pool now. That's the difference between this one and the last one. Also my amulet. I had adjusted my amulet to this GA amulet. And I also got Frenzy Dead, so that's like 3 different adjustments. So... this is going to be a Pit 25 clear. And then... this is with... GA Amulet. Ancestral Amulet with GA to max life. And my Zir blood pool is like... well, I'm not going to include that one just yet. I haven't maxed out my Zir blood pool just quite yet. Sure. Okay, this is probably the last time I'll be on Pit 25. I'll go from there. Okay. Whoa, that was laggy. But it's fine. Oh yeah, this is Decrepify now. Wait, something is generating me essence like super fast. What? Here. I'm gonna try to drain out my Decrepify. No wait, that's Iron Maiden. Never mind. I still haven't replaced my Iron Maiden for Decrepify. That's kind of awkward. Well, whatever. Not bad. Oh, that's the other thing. I also got Vehement Brawler's aspect and Frenzied Dead. Those are the other things I adjusted. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't take off Bone Prison. I think it's actually quite helpful. The next thing I would get rid of is probably Amrage. I could replace that for like Blood Mist or something to get myself out of some pretty tight spots. Hold up. So, actually I should finish this run before I do any writing.
Now there's a choice cut.
Yeah, no, there's a very noticeable difference in how strong the this character is at this point. You know what I just realized? I also picked up a legendary node too, so there were a lot of boosts that I did to pump this guy up. Oh yeah, never mind the Zir pool too. I'm not even gonna mention that, but that's also gonna be a factor. I really do wish there was a way to just make a character like from scratch, as like you know, like in Last Epoch, you can make it so that when you make a character, you can do like solo character found or solo account found. That way, all the work made on a character, you know, if it's like just that one character who's doing all that work, or if the stash is, or the stash is normally shared on your account with all your other characters, like you're getting stuff from your previous walkthroughs and all. I'm just gonna activate my ult here. Okay. Good. Yeah, I think I timed it really well. By the time these guys die, the time I go to fight the boss, my ult will be back up again. Okay. There, done.
Hello. Impressive. I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Okay. Well, he just disappeared. Yeah, I'm well overqualified to go to the next... Well, whatever the next challenge would be now. Warrior, Undaunted, Territorial. Do I still not have any glyphs that I was looking for? I mean, I could do Exploit. Yeah, I remember seeing Exploit. I decided that, yeah, Exploit wouldn't be too bad, but yeah, I was really hoping to get the ones that are relevant for my minions. Dealing damage with vulnerable enemy. This also helps boost my own damage too, which works with my boss power. That's another issue too. Like, when I use this Paragon board, it says your minions deal increased damage, right? That damage multiplier doesn't work with my pool, unfortunately. So I can't rely on that to carry me. Ooh, Band of the Umbral. I go back to town, and oh, before I forget, I'm just gonna switch this now. Should not be using Iron Maiden. I should be using Decrepify. Nice. Okay, so Ancestral Ammo with GA Life. I grabbed a Cult Leader Legendary Node. And I got Aspect of Frenzy Dead. And Vehement Brawler. There we go. So those were my upgrades. Now I can go up to pit 30 here. I actually realized that I forgot to keep track of how much time that run took. 11:15. Okay. The last run was 11:15 remaining. This time should take a fair bit longer. Crapify feels good though. At least I don't have anything that relies on me having enough resource for it. There we go. Yeah, I'll be able to clear this for sure. Just a question of how long it'll take. And I still need to flicker step too. Ah, shoot. I targeted the wrong thing. I was supposed to hit this. But at least my minions do enough damage that they'll eventually get around to this guy. And I also have the blood pool too. It's doing a lot of damage. Or is it doing that much damage? Actually, there's an easy way to find out. I just need to get these guys to hit all these little monsters, and then I'll hit this one. And there's a pool. 19.6? Or is that the blizzard that's being for 19.6? Maybe it's not as easy to tell as I had originally thought. 1633? The pool is hitting for 1700 damage here. What? So, there's two very sad takeaways from this. This pool, like, maybe it really was a placebo effect because this thing looks like it does, like, no damage in comparison to how much damage my minions are cranking out. So, on one hand, it's pretty sad because the power of this, well, boss power is pretty terrible. But on the other hand, that means that my minions are actually crazy strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this. Like, yeah, maybe the pool itself was helpful, like, earlier when... Yeah, maybe I could say that it was more helpful earlier. When my damage on my minions was more in line with that of the blood pool. But I think my minions are outscaling the pool here. Like, I'm of the mindset that it's bugged. Like, I don't think that... Something tells me that this power is not supposed to do so little damage. Like, this is actually pathetic amounts of damage. I might need to just replace this power. Like, it was supposed to... Yeah, I thought it would be really cool with my minions, but, yeah, now I have my doubts. Like, to be fair, most of my damage is centered around, like my one legendary node, for example. That is a bonus that's supposed to be for my minions only. But, like... They didn't need to do my... I still shouldn't be doing that little damage, right? Oh, wow, Channeling Shrine too? Okay. They are all dying, right? Yeah, this pool is hitting them for, like... Well, there's like a blizzard on top of them too. That's why it's so hard to tell which one's doing all the damage. Here. Oh no, this one's got... This pack has a DR on it. I can actually also just test it in the training dummy with no minions. That's the other way I could do it. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that, actually. There's a reason the training dummy exists. Why am I trying to test it here in the pit when training dummy is available? I'm just lazy to go set up the test. Oh, more DR. Why not, right? Got like 2 shrines, but sure. I'll pretend like they're part of the run. Well, I mean, they are part of the run. Oh, activated my ult already. Ah.
Greetings. That was... Thank you. Goodbye.
Sure. Yeah, if I had my ulti, it would have already melted. Like a popsicle. This is pit 30. Next up is pit 35, right? 35. I'm gonna go back to my ult here, but there's no point. Okay, I'll call it a 945 run. Okay. So... 254, 55. This was a pit 30 clear using... Or 945 remaining? Yeah, it was 945 run. 945 remaining with the stuff that I was using prior. Alright. Tribute of Harmony, Scourge. again, these are not useful for me, although... Oh, this one even has attack speed. More lair boss horde keys. Time to get exploit then. Oh, it's funny. Okay. I'm gonna go back to town. My elixirs and incense are wearing off, so I have to hurry with the next run. Although the thing is, I'm gonna push pit 35. I'm gonna attempt pit 35 here, but I don't think I'll be able to clear pit 35. Or I'll be able to clear pit 35, but it's gonna take a while. Yeah, and after that is pit 40. You know what? I'm gonna put on Ring of Mendelin now. I got a chance to test what I wanted to. Yeah. What's my resistance at now? Yep, they're still maxed. Okay. I'm gonna try this again, pit 30. I'm gonna see how much easier it'll be with this Ring of Mendelin. Like, just how massive of a damage boost is it with this thing on. As a spoiler alert, it's gonna be a huge, huge increase. Ow. Frozen. Let's go this way. My golem at them, they hit for like 3 million, but I'm just looking for where the Mendelin hits are. Like, I actually don't know which numbers are the Mendelin hits. Oh yeah, I also still have to test the Azir power. Okay, I think I saw 9.5 million there. I feel like that was the Ring of Mendelin, but who knows. Yeah, I'm actually dog walking this with the Ring of Mendelin now. I just wish I knew... Ooh. Was that the hit? 3.2 million there? Or was that the golem? Yeah, I saw 1.5 million there just now. 1.5 millions. I think that might have been it. You know what? I can look at all of these in the training dummy. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's the best way to go about it. Okay. I think I've cleared the entire area. Thankfully, Varyon is giving me some movement speed, so I don't feel like super, super slow. Yep. Yeah, I feel like with the Decrepify, like, these guys are so easy to bring down. Because they take, or they deal 22% less damage. So on top of all the other, like, damage reduction I have, that's, well, that helps a lot. Oh wow, he's still alive. $4.2 million? Okay. Starting to approach the 10 million damage mark, but I haven't even gotten any of my, like, Paragon boards set up or anything like that.
Greetings. That was... I I appreciate that.
Goodbye.
Alright. Oh wow. I didn't even get to activate my ult there. Well, Gravekeeper. Was that the one that I wanted? Gravekeeper. For every close corpse. Oof. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. This activates Exploit. And... yeah, fine. I'll just keep boosting Eliminator for now. Until I get like a better one. Carrigar. Okay, now I can try Pit 35. I'll just call it an 1130 clear. 330 clear. 1130 remaining. 1115 remaining. Sure. Okay. Apparition Incursion. This one I don't need to run it for any whispers. Lord of Lies. I can get like a reward out of them, I guess, or like some whispers. But I think I really need to prioritize. I need to prioritize either pushing the pit or getting the next unique or whatever. Okay, let's see just with Ring of Mendelin alone how far we can go. I guess. This is pit 35. Alright, fine. Whoa, this one's still alive? I saw a hit for 5.2 million. The normal hits on these guys are like 70k each, but as soon as, I think when the Mendelin procs, it's like what, 7 million or however much that was? That was kind of crazy. Mendelin has always been such a staple for a Necro, or Minion Necro, I mean. At the very least, though, Golem is really strong. I'll activate my ultimate here. And I'll target this guy with it. Can't wait to get Flicker Step. Oh yeah, wasn't there a power that gives me barrier based off of my Fortify? I think that was against you. Killing an enemy with your main boss power reduces my ultimate skill's cooldown by 0.2 seconds. Well, I mean, my Zir pool kills pretty much nothing, so it doesn't really help me. Increase dodge chance. Activate my ultimate here. Ah, this one. Whenever I gain Fortify, I additionally gain 11% of the amount as a barrier. Yeah, that could be a pretty nice one to throw on. Because if I use that, then I could get a lot of barrier that way. Yeah, because right now, like, I get a pretty decent amount of barrier, but it's definitely not... it's not as much as it could be. Like, my full health bar. Imagine having the health pool plus fortify with barrier. Now, wouldn't that be a dream? Yeah, that would be much desired, but something that I'll dream about for now. Hey, that was a 13 million hit. Yeah, I'm getting there. That was a 13 million hit when I don't even have any extra boards. I just have the one board for Cult Leader, and that's it. That's how nuts this is. Cool. Okay. Oh, Challenge Shrine. Okay, sure, yeah. Felt like my second Channeling Shrine? Feels like it was.
Carving meat from bone is my specialty.
Alright. Nice. Aragon 164. I should probably activate this again, too.
That'll cover like any other.
Oh, there's a lot of shock lances. I'm gonna step away from all those. Too many. Okay, I'm about 3 hours into the run, and I'm almost at Torment 3. But this run is a bit of a slog, though. Like, judging by how this run is going, I'll... What? Oh, it's going the other direction. I suspect that I'll be able to make it into Torment 3 with this setup, but I would not have that much time left over. Maybe like 2 minutes or so, tops. That's what it's starting to look like. Might need to add another Paragon board. Good. Whoa. So 8 minutes left on the clock, it'll be?
That was... I appreciate that. Farewell.
Alright. There we are. Oh, 15.5 million on that. Okay, I'm gonna take a look and see how many minutes were left on that run. 8 minutes, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna say 8 minutes. Alright. Pit 30 clear, or this is pit 35 clear, with 8 minutes remaining. So, yeah, Ring of Mendelin alone pretty much takes me from Torment 2 to Torment 3. Because... Well, maybe it's not just Ring of Mendelin alone, but... it basically boosts me by about 10 pit tiers. Because previously I was running like pit 25. Then I ran pit 30. Pit 30, I had like 10 minutes remaining, and then I upped it to like 11.5 minutes remaining with just Ring of Mendelin. So, I mean, I think that it would have been a very difficult clear for pit 35 if I didn't have Ring of Mendelin, given this setup. So now, probably for the next run, let me see if I have any better glyphs still. Still nothing, huh? Damage to corrupted enemies. At this rate, I'm actually going to max out Eliminator. Before I get, like, keep in mind, I'm looking for Amplify, Corporeal, and Dead Razor. I found the vast majority of the glyphs, but for, oh, and sure, critical essence too, right? Because this thing has to do with critical strikes. So yeah, essence, Dead Razor, and Corporeal, like it's all the it's all the glyphs that I actually want that I don't have. That is amazing. I don't know how I pulled that off, but somehow the game gave me all the glyphs I didn't need. Sans exploit glyph. Okay, that's some pretty interesting luck, but I mean, it's whatever. I'll eventually get the glyphs and I'll level them as needed, but yeah, that was quite unexpected. Let's just put it like that. I guess it doesn't really matter too much anyway, because realistically what's going to happen is that I'm going to max out Eliminator Glyph and get the legendary bonus from this, and then I'm going to unlock Essence, Dead Razor, and Corporeal, and then I'm just going to rank them up to like rank 15 just to get the additional bonus. The additional bonus is what matters the most for these. And then, yeah, there's legendary bonus, but I would be running Eliminator anyway, and the legendary bonus here, which is increases damage at least by 8%, is actually a really good one for me, because that works on bosses and like, big monsters. So I'm gonna salvage all my equipment at Karagar, and I could try to do pit 35, or pit 40 actually, to unlock Torment 3. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to unlock another Paragon board. I think it's about time for me to do that. With all the runs of the pit I've done, I think it's fair to assume I'd be able to get a new board. Refund this. So this is like not even Paragon 50. Hulking Monstrosity. Damage reduction and deal increased critical strike damage. Orbs. Frailty. I kind of like this one. Kind of want to run Frailty. Frailty seems like a freebie. Yeah, it's 40% more damage. I could run this one for damage reduction. Could be nice too. But the problem... is critical strike damage. Well, I always crit, right? So that's not bad either. Yeah. You know what? It's free damage reduction. Sure, I'll take it. Damage reduction and resistance to all elements? Yeah, sign me up. I'm just going to take the entire cluster. Okay, so if I refund this, subtract 29 here, this is like 61 Paragon, or Paragon like level 61-ish. And now, again, if I really wanted to, I could take out some modifiers here and there. Like, I could do this, probably. I could totally do that. And when I refund this, well, I mean, it's still roughly the same. But, yeah, I mean, let's just say I have this many points invested, so 93. Okay, 93 Paragon points. Still just running 2 legendary nodes at the moment. Alright, I'm gonna try Pit 35 again. This is with critical strike damage, 35% more. And I'm just gonna check one other thing real quick. Yeah, some attack speed is 20.5%. My crit strike chance is 31, and then with this, no wait, with this it becomes 31 plus 50 is 81, and I think I have this one, Kurgar, so I should be at 100% crit strike chance anyway. So it's just a straight up 35% damage bonus with 15 DR on top of it. At least that's how it's supposed to be. Okay.
Now there's a choice cut.
Ooh. Yeah, I will eventually get those glyphs. Like I'm just typically used to leveling like the glyphs that are most relevant for whatever build that I'm playing, right? So like in the case of the companion druid, like imagine if instead of leveling my wilds glyph, I'd leveled imagine if I had leveled the I don't know, exploit glyph instead. It still works, but it just doesn't feel right. I suppose is the easiest way I can put it. Wait, did I see a 12.3 million there? Wow. I still gotta look into this blood pool and see what the actual effect of this blood pool is. Yeah. I already burned all my spectral ash, so it's not like I can max out another power. I could just use one of the other ones, though, that I already have. Okay. Whoa. This one needs to die. 3.8. Yeah, I wonder if this Ring of Mendelin bonus works with some of the other modifiers that I have that boost minion damage. I think that was something they said was like a bug last season, like it wasn't working, but in actuality it was supposed to be working. There's like so many directions to go. Artillery Shrine is still up for a little bit longer. I saw 4.3 million. I mean, my damage goes up with my attack speed, and Artillery Shrine gives, like, max attack speed, so... Oh, keep my distance here. My minions go in and take them out. Nope. 6 million damage on that? Oh, I gotta make the layout so confusing. Oh, there's another pack here. Alright, I'll activate this then. 25.5 million? Wow. These damage numbers are going crazy. It also has, I think, to do a lot with Beastmaster's training, giving me like an additional 150%. Wait, which is it? Yeah, it is 150% damage. Because otherwise, normally I'd only be hitting for, what, 60% of this? Or 40% of this? Yeah, 40% of this. Or something like that. So instead of like a 25 million hit, I'd only be hitting for like 20 million. In hindsight, the Beastmaster's training boss power, it sounds crazy broken. But to tell you the truth, like, I think this season, summons actually kind of need that to compete. Like, I thought that, hey, wow, Companion Druid is like so strong. Like, at least that's how I felt while leveling. And even on like the first day when I was able to break into Torment 4. And then I saw some of the stuff that the other characters can do this season. Like Rogue being able to clear like Pit 105 with Death Trap one hit. Something like that. And I have kind of changed my mind. I actually don't think this is even that bad in comparison. Or like Blood Wave. Right now, if I switch to Blood Wave, I mean, I already have Keseme's, right? I think I can amp up my damage to like crazy values. So, yeah. Dude. They made me run in like the biggest circle ever. I had to go all the way to the bottom and I came all the way right back up to the top. And that's the only reason why like this took me a minute longer than it should. And it's a spirit color of frost too. There, dead. So he dies like instantly. Hey, I finally got corporeal. Took a while, but we finally got it. Okay, I'm just gonna call it a 9-minute clear. Nine-minute clear. And did I change anything? Oh yeah, no, I did. Added another legendary node. That legendary node, in this case, is Ascent of Death. Alright. At this point, I think I can comfortably then clear Pit 40 to unlock Torment 3. Ah, yes, Hardened Bones. Juggernauts. Oh, I found it, finally! Aspect of Occult Dominion. I waited so... Oh, Unspent Glyph, upgrade attempts. Where's my corporeal? Yeah, no, this thing needs to get upgraded, like, right now. Use physical damage and movement speed for each active minion. I might actually run that just because I could use the extra movement speed. Aspect of Occult Dominion. Man. Yes. At last. Alright, before I go any further, I gotta do some testing here. So, there's a couple things I need to find out. First of all, how much damage is my Zir pool actually doing? That's what I want to know first. One second. I just gotta check some stuff out. Okay, I'm good. So, off to the arena here. Training grounds. Alright, so a couple things that need to be tested. First, let me get rid of these. I'll even get rid of this one. Okay. I'm gonna reset this trading dummy. I gotta wait for this to wear off. Okay. Now, I'm gonna let Variana hit it. She hits for like 16k. That's fine. I guess she doesn't count as my damage. So I'm gonna hit it and I'm gonna spawn the pool. 25.2k, and it looks like it's like 50k per second. If I put 3 of these next to each other, they don't even stack. They actually don't even stack. Okay, well, what if I change the boss power? What if I use... Isn't there one for, like, basic skills? Sure. Maybe even this one. Okay, that one's pretty pathetic, I'll admit. Core skill. I'll just use this one. Sure. Here, hold on a second. Channeling skill, right? I think that Reap is supposed to be a channeling skill. Oh, no. It's Decompose. There. So now... I'll be honest, this is surprisingly underwhelming. I was expecting it to be doing a lot more damage than this. What damage type is that even? Is that cold damage? Maybe that has something to do with it. Yeah, frostbite damage. Well, now I'm kind of scared to run Andariel's Flaming Skull. Oh, I think I missed it. Okay. So it just orbits around me like this? But the thing is, this power is like rank 1 though. How about this? There's also Grigwar's Lightning Square. Okay, let me try that in a second too, but... Harbinger of Hatred's Volley. Okay, now I just need a way to apply Vulnerable... Oh yeah, I got one. Okay. I have Bone Prison, so I'll use Bone Prison. I know it also amps damage by a little bit, but whatever. That feels a lot more impactful than whatever I'm doing right now. Yeah. I mean, what is, like, this is rank 8 too. It's not even like max rank. Wow. I should have tested all this at the, like, before I made this character. Okay, let's do Blood Lance. And then I'll combo it with Grigwar's Lightning Square. Wait. I think most of that damage is my Blood Spear. No, that's actually the lightning. I think that actually is the lightning. Hold on. Let me just recheck that real quick. Yeah, the little lightning spears, or little blood spears I'm throwing are barely putting a dent in his health. So I'm going to try this again. So he takes a chunk of damage for the first one, and then I throw like the next 2 blood spears and they do nothing. So that's not bad. But in reality, this Harbinger of Hatred's Volley is still much stronger than the other ones. But at least it's not like overpowered levels of strong. The only thing I'm trying to figure out is if this pool isn't actually that amazing, like, why am I buffing this? And more than that, wouldn't I just be better off maxing out Urivar's then? Because if this thing gives me, like, cooldown reduction, I think I would actually prefer to use that. Like, just for the cooldown reduction. I don't even need anything else attached to it here. Is this 35% cooldown, or cooldown? I went from 41.5 to 35. Yeah, okay. I'll do Urivar then. But the thing about this power is, like, here. It will actually summon, like, skeletons and all that, though. Yeah, see? The summons are doing all the damage. And it's every time I cast an ultimate skill, it lobs bombs. And I can't just spam my ultimate, so I can rarely ever use this first effect. I'm using this purely for 15% cooldown reduction. This is interesting. I have mixed feelings about this. I kind of wish that I could have done more. Like, oh. Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more options available to me. Like, this is... these actually do, like, no damage.
This is what you asked for.
Even when this one is, like, maxed out. Yeah. Let me see what else. Is there any other... Well, are there any other options? Agility, defensive, or macabre.
You want blood spilled and bones broken. Very
I still have never tried Lilith's Wind of Hate. I actually don't know if this one's any good. This one, I feel like, would be pretty good because it says enemies take increased damage from Wind of Hate every time it hits them, up to 300%. I feel like that should be great. But everything else, even Grigwar's Lightning Square. Well, when I was using Grigwar's Lightning Square, though, I had a lot of damage modifiers that were amping up my Lightning Square. But here I don't have as much like non-physical damage and all that. I'm gonna use Urivar's. Urivar's lobbed bombs is way better than the other effects as far as I can tell. Except for maybe Avarice.
It's a fight you want.
Here, let me try this. Reset this real quick, or the dummy. Okay, there's one that's next to him. It does a decent bit of damage. But yeah, the only powers that I see actually doing damage are like... Basically, it's just this one. I'm sure that Lilith's Wind of Hate does too, but I don't have that unlocked. But this one actually does damage. Aside from that, I don't really... I just don't see it.
What you asked for.
Like... Just don't see the value in anything else here. I'm just gonna apply Bone Prison here, and I guess it's just my... it's just me that has this effect coming out. Because this thing's already vulnerable. Okay, well, this makes things easy for me. I'm gonna put on Urivar's. I'm gonna put on Urivar's, but I don't even need to really level this. I could level this if I want, but knowing what I know now, I would not bother to level this main boss power if I was just using this for the cooldown reduction, right? I would definitely prioritize Beastmaster's training, then Crit Strike Chance, or like some combination of those. And then, I don't know what my last modifier would be, but... Yeah. This is like, what, 5% vulnerable? Okay, why don't I do this then? And now I can get Barrier for my Fortify. I gain Fortify, I actually gain 11% of the amount as Barrier. Alright. Here. Now I can boost my survivability. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I need to respec this back. Okay, now there's a chance that I can fortify my self up, which will in turn give me more barrier now too. Wow, I'm essentially tripling my life with this. Never mind all the DR modifiers I've gotten. Like, this alone is 25% DR, then I have 15% DR from Legendary Node, and then I have, like, my Blood Golem soaking up 30% of the damage outright. So, yeah, my guy is pretty tanky. Also, these guys are themselves generating me Fortify, too. I could maybe even consider instead of running spiked armor, I could use the utility recipe where they generate me fortify or something. They generate like 30% fortify of my max life. That could be kind of insane. Like just maxing out my barrier all the time. Yeah, that could be even better than spiked armor. Hold on, let me take a look at spiked armor real quick. Spiked armor is just... yeah, 10% block chance. I don't really need that. 20% armor is kind of nice. Yeah, I have to switch this. It seems I might actually have to switch this to minions fortify me for a percentage of my life. Yeah, okay, I'm kind of liking this. And then I can actually start dumping all of...
That's a proud cut, eh?
I can actually start dumping all of my ash into this. And now suddenly my guy is going to be tankier than it was before. Wow, look at that. I mean, it's like slowly going up, but yeah. I'm gonna figure that out later, but now I have max life, max fortify, and we're gonna push up that barrier soon. So, alright. Hope I didn't bore anyone to death here, but yeah, knowing this is kind of important as part of the build. So, yeah, I guess that's to be expected. Yeah, my main boss power really isn't going to be killing anything, so I don't need the modifier on it. Yeah, there's other modifiers I could have used, like Cinnaret's Flame. Well, Cinnaret's Flames doesn't help me. I could have done Outlaw Sharpshooters too, but I don't think I care for that. Alright. So now I've gained 15% cooldown reduction just from that adjustment alone. Now the next thing I wanted to check was how much damage my minions doing with versus without Ring of Mandolin. So right now they're hitting for like 22k a piece. So hilariously enough, without the Ring of Mandolin, my minions were each hitting for about as much damage as that Zir pool. I have a funny little race between these. So if I do Elite Training Dummy, yeah, there they go. Right, slowly going down. Now if I put on Lord Zir's pool, yeah, I can barely tell the difference though. Unless maybe I can combo this effect with something else, but otherwise, yeah, just 15% free cooldown reduction is best then. Not to say that these powers are useless at all. Like, Harbinger of Hatred's Volley looks like it could be kind of sick, but oh well. Ring of Mandolin. So now I see that the max damage number is like 193k. If I put on Ring of Mandolin, suddenly
It's a fight you wanted.
there we go, 1.4 million. So yeah, that's the difference between the damage of my minions versus my Ring of Mandolin. So, oh, okay, that was a fun little test. Okay, I'll need a second though. I'll have to be right back here. I'm just gonna pause the recording. People on stream, just if there's anyone watching, just bear with me. Okay, I'm gonna continue here, and what do I have? Yeah, barrier's still going up. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can replace my spiked armor. Well, I might be getting a little ahead of myself here. I could just leave the spiked armor for now. I don't need to switch it up just yet. Later, maybe, but yeah, I can just leave it as is. And also my resistances, like I don't have my elixirs or incense up anymore. My resistances are still like pretty close to the cap. And same thing with my armor. Or sorry, they've hit the cap, but they won't reach the cap for Torment 2. Or Torment 3. And the same thing goes with my armor. I'm just a little bit short. So, something fun to keep in mind. You don't really need summon survivability. They survive pretty much everything. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out what else I was testing. So I think it was mainly those two things. Ring of Mendelin and whether or not the boss powers are doing anything. Yeah, so boss powers, like my Zir pool, weak, and my Mendelin, strong. Is kind of the gist of what I got there. So if that's the case, something I'm gonna try. I'm gonna temper my gloves real quick. Execution, innovation, inherit percentage of my thorns. Oh, I might be mistaken actually. I thought that. Is it a defensive? I think it's a defensive. Necromancer Wall is chance for minion attacks to fortify you for 3% max life. So let's say 3%. How much is 3% here? Max life 45, 15. Each of them would be hitting for like 45 fortify or 15 fortify. It's like somewhat acceptable, but at least this one I know for sure I would need spiked armor. Except the game insists on giving me thorns. Thorns, thorns, thorns. Okay. Might as well throw these in here. I got nothing, no better use for them anyway. Movement speed, crit strike chance. I could probably replace the or the movement speed with something else. Oh, here we go. Frost Nova. Yeah. Invoke Spiritborn Vortex skill. No, I don't need that. It's like my minions are everywhere anyway. I don't need them to all be in one spot like the enemy monsters. So are there any other trigger runes I can use? Drink a healing potion. So I evade like a bunch of times and then it'll trigger a Frost Nova. You know what? Gar rune. Earthdull. Cast 5 skills and release a Frost Nova, and then I will lose out on crit strike chance, I think, with this setup. But I feel like the difference between a 90% crit strike chance versus a 100% crit strike chance isn't gonna be nearly as impactful as getting a Frost Nova proc. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. So I'm gonna run it again. Pit 35. Yeah, I'll try Pit 35 one more time, and let me... Oh yeah, right, I still have my golem sacrificed and all that. Gotta switch this up. Oh, I actually ran out of elixirs and incense. Buzz, and there we go.
Speed of the puck.
1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm gonna attempt Pit 35 again with these adjustments that I've made. The next adjustment I would make after this would probably be to start getting some more Paragon points, because I feel like at this point in my run I would normally be closer to like Paragon 100 or something like that. Yeah. I also lost out on some ultimate cooldown reduction, I just realized. Yeah, my old ring used to have ultimate cooldown reduction. I think I just salvaged that. Yeah. An active cooldown reduction. This is my Decrepify, right? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Whenever I activate my ult, I get Urivar's lobbed bombs, but don't really need it. Yeah, definitely use Flicker Step if I can get that somehow. Ooh, 21.6 million? I'm gonna assume that was the golem. Here, I still got quite a bit of work ahead of me for getting this build get its max potential. Yeah, I'm really enjoying seeing this barrier go up though. This is kind of nuts. Yeah, but the barrier also goes down pretty quickly. That I don't like. I don't think there's any way around it though. But still, functionally speaking, I have like 5.5k life. Actually, that kind of gets me thinking with the, if I were to make a Thorns Bar, maybe I could actually take advantage of that. I could take advantage of this power that gives me barrier based on my Fortify, because I'm always generating myself Fortify on as a barbarian, right? So that'd be okay. Yeah, got another little Frost Nova there. Yeah, this Channeling Shrine is kind of insane. Cool. I'll activate this again. I'm gonna abuse this Channeling Shrine. I think the 21 million damage numbers might be coming from Golem's Ring of Mendelin or something. I should have tested that too to see if it makes a difference whether it's the Golem proc for Ring of Mendelin or the minions, like the regular skeletons. I also just realized something else. I have a Cult the Minion, right? I'm not wearing it right now, but I have it unlocked. That's another thing I need to throw on too. Yeah. I have to see how well the build runs with that. Okay, 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Wait.
Hello. That was not bad. I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Okay.
Not
Army of the Dead is back.
farewell.
Ooh. Just made him disappear. Hey! Sorry, Cam and Hades. I didn't see you there. I was in the middle of running my pit. How's it going, Raiders? Good to see you. Hope that you had a good stream. How was your stream, Cam? Everything go okay? I saw you were playing a game called Repo. I don't know what that's about. I know League of Legends, and I played League of Legends with you, but I don't think I've ever heard of Repo before. 5 remaining, and then I think the adjustment I made was Urivar's this Urivar's power. Rank 1 Urivar's, and then Blackmailer's Sabotage. Vulnerable. Flash Reaper's Disruption. Okay. Went all right. You had a lot of fun. Repo is like Lethal Company, but a bit weirder. Weirder in what way? Lethal Company. Now that's a game I haven't heard about in like ages. I wonder whatever happened to Lethal Company. Like I remember like it was like talk of the town for a hot minute, and then I just never heard of it or heard about people playing it like ever again. Yeah, I'm glad that your stream went all right though. And thanks again for the raid. Very much appreciate you taking the time to lurk here and get a raid on me too. Yeah, actually, this is perfect. I remember you had mentioned that we should talk about like playing D4 later. People from CamCam's stream, I don't know if any of you folks play Diablo 4, but in the past, CamCam and I have played Diablo 4 together, and we were kind of discussing... Oh, did my game freeze? I think it just froze. Shoot, I should have upgraded my powers. That's so stupid. Hate it when the game does this. Yeah, game just froze up on me. I have to close it, I have to reopen it, and I lost my glyph upgrade attempts, but it's okay. I mean, I'll eventually get them upgraded. It's just a pain. Instead of being people, you are tiny robots. You can buy upgrades to help you further into the game. Okay. Here, let me just refresh myself real quick. Lethal Company.